On this day,
Yeah.
in 1983,
Yeah.
the released the brilliant Soul Mining album featuring Uncertain Smile.
That song.
I could just hear that piano at the end, just that going
So I
on
didn't
and
touch
on and on and on.
I was gonna mention that because that piano solo, Jules Holland, and as I read here, was not the way the song was originally recorded. It was a saxophone solo by somebody named Crispin Clough, which I think would be interesting to hear.
I'd like to hear it.
It was done with a saxophone or flute and saxophone solo. Lengthy, it says. At Matt Johnson, wasn't he MC 100 Foot Jesus as well? Matt Johnson,
I don't
know.
know.
MC 900 Foot Jesus, however many feet it was. I don't remember.
No, that's Mark Thomas.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know where I got
Not
that.
Matt Johnson.
Stuck in my head. The nice, very nice. Referred to as an English post-punk band.
They have this song that is just the saddest, most Love is Stronger Than Death.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful song.
I remember that one.
But
I don't
think
remember
he
it.
wrote it for his brother.
Let's hear it.
just
Let me hang on.
Hear a little bit of it.
It's
find it.
haunting and heartbreaking, and
Did we ever play it, or did you just come
Yeah.
across it?
I mean, not a lot, not like Uncertain Smile.
We played a lot. We played Uncertain Smile a lot. Yeah, it doesn't sound very upbeat, that's for sure.
To get to the chorus.
Here come the blue skies, here comes springtime, when the rivers run high and the tears run dry, when everything that dies shines, love, love, love is stronger than death. Love, love, love is stronger.
Happy little tune for
Yeah,
your weekend.
Gina, that's his brother.
Does it have something to do with his brother?
I don't. It says here the first single in over 15 years. We Can't Stop What's Coming. Johnson dedicated that track to his late brother Andy Dog Johnson, who died in 2016.
Yeah, I thought.
So maybe that song also. I'll look and see, but I bet it is.
Watching the whites of your eyes turn red. The calendar on your wall is ticking. The days off you've been reading some old letters. You smile and think how much you've changed. All the money you
It's interesting to think. Matt Johnson said the bands that influenced him the most: Velvet Underground, The Residents, and Throbbing Gristle.
Throbbing Gristle.
Wait. But this music is not like that.
Oh. A little bit of Throbbing Gristle for your weekend.
For your weekend.
Anyway, well,
The nice stuff. A lot of different members of the band on and off over the years, and it says that they are still active.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
still doing stuff. So,
I've never been active, so I can't be still active.
Good for them.
Gina, what would we put on your bio? Not still active, hoping to be active.
Pending activity.
May one day be active. Gina Barberi, born on this date, and may one day be active. Yeah.
No, if I haven't up to this point, I think.
You think it's too late to be
yeah.
active?
Could be.
Really? Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know why you even bother coming into work then.
That's the effort I'm willing to put in. Is
That's
coming
it.
in here.
That's all of it. Well, it is an effort, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It is for me. I can tell you that for sure. The alarm goes off at 3:00, and I go, oh no,
Again?
oh no, 5 days a week. Oh no. We really need to cut that back to 4 days a week.
Oh, I'm sure that'd go over well.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know. Yeah, that'd go over really well.
I nearly did this.
Yeah? What?
Oh, I love this. This is my favorite Simple Minds song.
Is it?
Yes.
Because in 1985, Simple Minds released their 7th studio album.
Yeah, this
Once
is a good
Upon
one.
a Time. It's got a lot of songs on it. It's a good album.
I would have insisted on this, Karen.
Oh, I should. I saw
That's
that
all
this
right.
morning before I came in. And
Yeah.
I went,
No, that was good.
I want to hear that.
That was good. I like that too, but
It's not like the Idols, is it, Nick?
Nope.
oh, Nick, are you feeling left out again?
Did you like that the song, Nick?
They did.
I mean, what's not to like?
Oh.
I love Simple Minds.
Yep, they were great.
They're someone that I never tune away. Like if they come on, I'm like I will see this through, whatever it is. see, you're just trying.
This is great.
And this is just one album.
Yeah.
This is just one album.
This is a really terrific song.
I hope they all have big houses. They earned some big.
They
houses.
earned some big houses, did they?
Well, let's see if they have it. No, they're still working, so I don't know.
Big houses for people that do good work.
Oh, they're Scottish. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Cities, buildings falling down, satellites come crashing down.
They have a career because Billy Idol said no.
Because of
One-
everybody. No.
It was their first hit. It was in the Simple Minds song from
In the
the
movie.
Don't you forget about me?
Yes.
Don't You Forget About Me. Billy Idol said, I don't want to do that song. And so they gave it to Simple Minds, and they did it and had the hit.
Don't you forget about
There
me.
you go. All right.
Simple Minds still working.
Okay, good.
All right.
Big
Wow.
houses.
1977 to present.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right.
You want to fart around with us?
Yeah, you can participate. Do people? We might have new listeners that don't know what farting around is,
And-
that don't know what check-ins
And are listening and going, what the hell is this I've found?
You can be part of it.
Yeah, you could, if... That's not really an enticement, is it?
Sure.
Be a part of our farting around.
Yeah, I don't know. But fart around with us. 877-602-9696. It's the line you call to... maybe we shouldn't call it check-ins. We should call Fart Around with Radio from Hell. 877-602-9696. Give us a call. Just fart around with us for a second.
Let's go to our fart lines east of the Rockies at 876. Well, it is Friday morning. So.
Friday morning fart song coming up. And if you can tell us that you're a new listener, like within the last 6 months or a year or something, we have a special prize for you.
Yes.
So 877-602-9696. Call us now.
BigOTires.com.
Yeah, if you're new to town and you don't know about Big O Tires yet, you really ought to check them out. It is the tire store you should use. Now, they guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day. Okay, that's great. Yeah. But on top of that, they have sales occasionally. And they have their own house brand of tire, the Big O brand tire. You go down and look at my car right now, Big O Tires, right on it, right there.
Good branded tire.
Right now, you can get $100 off select sets of 4 Big O brand tires. Or if you want Michelin or BF Goodrich, you can save up to $190. But that's not all, is it, Gina?
No, you can actually. There's weather coming, and you want to make sure you change your windshield wipers, like Bill just did, or get your oil changed, or they'll check all your fluids. They'll all of that kind of maintenance stuff.
About a set of winter tires,
sure.
Starting at just $59.99 at Big O Tires. They're great people. They are the team you trust. Go to their website, bigotires.com.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina want to...
Tonight on the the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
what goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint. Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes, I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No, if I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fry's. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake raw.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
I'm for that. I see that Chris is not afraid to call us and fart around with us. Chris is on line one. We'll get to him in just a second, but two lines are open, 877-602-9696, to join us here on the Radio from Hell show. Gina?
Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
What we got out there in the sky is a waning crescent moon. That's what it is. 16.6% of full. It'll be a new moon October 25th, a full moon on November 8th. And the moon will set today at 5:14 p.m., today being Friday. It's the 21st day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. 18 days until the midterm elections. And this is the Legislature should have the power to decide who wins and loses edition of the Radio from Hell show. Well, they know better than we do. It's the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, that's me, over there Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer, but soon to be a married woman. She's busily preparing her nuptials as we speak. Nick, your buddy, Nick, your pal, is filling in for Katie, and we have Cameron Diaz and Dawson helping out in the producer's booth as well.
All right. Check-ins at 877-602-9696. Chris is here.
Hey, Chris, what's your story?
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your story?
How we doing today?
Good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. First thing, congratulations on your 8,000 episode. That's one heck of a milestone.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. It's tiring, isn't it?
You feel every one of them, don't you?
Yeah.
And second of all, I had a question about Frank Crisp.
Okay.
Excuse me, it's not Frank Crisp. It's Frank Crisp.
I love that bit, but I was wondering,
yes,
when the contestant gets when he gets the question wrong, you hear this bird in the background. I was wondering, does he actually have a bird that follows him on his? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does he actually have a bird that follows him on his scooter?
They're ravens.
It's a raven, yeah.
Yeah.
So it sits on his shoulder even while he drives the scooter.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
Thank you.
Well, Crisp, thanks for calling in, Crisp.
You bet.
Thank you.
See you later.
Talk to you later. All right.
Glad we could answer that question
Go
for Crisp.
to, our rule about fake names. I don't know if Nick knows this, but Joe Dirt is.
Is Joe Dirt really your name?
Joe Dirt?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I've been called for a while.
Oh, okay. Right. If you go by that, then that's your name.
All right.
What have you for us, Mr. Dirt?
I wonder if we're having phone problems.
I usually do soil sampling, so.
Oh, okay.
That's what they call me at work.
I see.
That's why they call you Joe Dirt.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Joe, thanks for checking in with us. Is there anything you would like to talk about specifically?
Well, I did research for Gina. I found out that the signal comes in at mile marker 220.
Thank you.
So you can get X96 at mile marker 220.
Yeah, we had
right about Nephi.
Yeah, we had people heading to St. George, and we wanted to know at what point they lost the signal. So milepost 220. Thank you. That's helpful.
Making a point.
That was coming back from St. George.
Okay.
Making a note of that. Milepost 220, is it? Mm-hmm. Now we need to. Yep. We need to have somebody go the other way, go up north. And I know we lose the signal about Malad, but I'd like to know exactly where that is so that we can have a billboard on either end.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe, do you ever go up? You ever go up to Idaho, Joe?
Yes, a lot, quite a few times actually.
Okay. Next time you go, check it out and see when the signal drops out, and get back to us. All right.
You're our surveyor.
Most definitely, I will.
All right.
I actually do surveying too.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Joe. I can kind of tell. He has a surveyor's tone in his voice.
Certainly.
Thanks for calling us, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Teacher Emily checking in. All assignments for quarter one are due today by 3. I'm expecting an outpouring of turn-ins around 2:45.
No late work accepted.
My paper isn't done yet. I better work on this.
Traveling Trav here in Nephi. I can hear you loud and clear on the radio.
Okay.
In Nephi. Okay.
I'm a fairly new listener. I was going to check in, but I'm driving, so I'm using voice to text. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Shane, the dumb demo guy, headed to work.
Okay.
I wonder what Shane demos. Does that mean he's a demolition guy, or he gives out food samples at Costco?
Oh. Johnny B checking in. I got a set of Ebony Toto toilets ordered yesterday with a screaming deal. I'll be putting shingles on the roof of my house today. Hopefully Bill is okay with that.
Gotta hurry, Johnny. Well, the storm's coming.
I'm for that because you've gone up in my estimation because Toto is the brand to buy when it comes to toilets.
I was told they're the Cadillac of toilets.
That's true.
Let's see. I'm a new listener. Just started listening about 20 years ago.
That is a new listener, actually.
Got into town, asked a few friends what's a good station, and they said X96. Let's see. Amazon, Ian, the Amazon driver, checking in. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'd say that's good.
All right.
That's a goodly amount.
Yeah. Thanks for doing it.
Although our chat room has found
What's that?
the song with the saxophone solo.
Oh, the saxophone version.
Instead of the piano.
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
It's
here.
Uncertain Smile instead of the piano, flute and saxophone solo.
Yeah, so let's take
Yeah, you got to scooch into it a ways.
Yeah, I'm going to have to play with it a bit. Let's see.
Emotions, false and uncertain smile.
A little different sounding there. There we go.
I prefer the piano.
It'll go into a saxophone now and sound better. This is, I don't like this, but when the sax.
Is this Lizzo?
New listener Nathan in Pittsburgh checking in to say the internet stream is coming in loud and strong.
Okay.
Taking my son to chess club at this ungodly hour.
Chess early in the morning? How can you think?
Yeah, Gina. How can you think early in the morning? There you go. Yeah, I still prefer the piano.
Yeah, the piano is really the way.
Was a better choice.
It was the smart move.
And Jules Holland is really good.
Yes. Thank you, Tom Grumbo Jumbo, in the chat room for finding that for us. Traffic, Gina, please.
Okay. We have nothing. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and it says there are no active incidents to report at this time. Now, maybe you have something to report. You saw how folks were doing it just there. You can do the same. Text us, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back with full strength big boy news and opinioendo coming up. Stand by for all of that.
I discovered something really soothing over the weekend. Gina, if you watch this, I guarantee you will find yourself calmed. Now, I think we've maybe have played a little bit of this on the radio before, but I'd kind of heard of it. But HBO Max now has 2 seasons of Joe Pera Talks to You.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we did play.
Did we play a little bit of that one time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. From Adult Swim.
Yeah, it was on Adult Swim, and now they've put both seasons over on HBO Max. They're short, like 11-minute episodes, and it is extremely funny, but it's sweet and calming. And so I've been looking up stuff about Joe Pera a little bit. He does stand up, and he does stand up in the same way as he does this show. But he plays this character, although that's his real name, who lives in a little town in Michigan, I think, by the shores of one of the Great Lakes there. And he I don't know, what does it remind you of? Have you watched them, Carrie? Have you watched them, or just...
Well, it's just, it was the one that I brought to the show was Relaxing Old Footage with Joe Pera. And it was just a bunch of stock footage of, like, drone shots flying over trees, in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's stock footage of a bear catching a salmon, you know. And he would just narrate these things, and he would talk about how he's here to help you relax and calm down with this relaxing old footage.
It's So at the end of one of the episodes I watched, he said, well, I hope you enjoyed all of that, and now I'm going to do a treat here, a treat that we do in our town. It's called a warm apple. Would you like a warm apple? You got some there?
No, he's, but the show you're talking about is his series. He does has a TV series.
Yeah.
Straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also,
now,
she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
Now, there's footage of a drone, drone footage flying over fall foliage.
So it doesn't have anything to do with Austin Powers.
Nothing to do with Austin Powers, just him talking.
There's an episode where he carves a jack-o'-lantern.
But instead of going down that path,
and then he says, and then,
do
it says
some good
sometimes a jack-o'-lantern represents your soul. So I always want to give my jack-o'-lantern a warm send-off when it's time for him to go. And so he puts the jack-o'-lantern in the back of the car, and he keeps looking at it in the rear-view mirror. And I think it's got a seatbelt on even. He says, so I want to give him a good send-off. And I take him up to the falls. There are 400 waterfalls in this area, so I want to find a good one to let him go.
March of 2011.
It's just
$7, so I would say it's still a good value.
This one is called Pancake Breakfast Critic.
Yeah,
with Joe Pera.
This is good.
So where he
Not only do they have pancakes, but also French toast, sausage, and eggs cooked any way you'd like by Delby on the egg station.
He's the original Bucket Brigade guy. That's Delby.
After Dave was finished busting balls, I asked him a question that was weighing on my mind.
What can't you put in a pancake? Oh, we can put anything in the pancake. What do you have in mind?
Chocolate chips.
We could do that.
Wow.
Wow,
he's
you can
this
put
young
chocolate
guy.
chips in them, yeah.
He's this young guy with with glasses, and I'm going to talk to you today about these two minerals, iron and copper.
The moment I've been waiting for all morning.
Meals on Wheels.
They put the sausage in the pancake for me. So I guess it pays to have friends in the kitchen.
It pays to have friends in the kitchen who will put the sausage in the pancake
That
for
does sound delicious.
Yes, if you watch these, you will be soothed and calmed. He's so gentle and sweet, and just there's something wrong with him. And when he does, it reminds me of Andy Kaufman as well, because I saw him being interviewed by Stephen Colbert on his show, and he just stayed the same way. He played that Joe Pera character well.
Did you watch the one with his grandmother?
No, I don't think so.
Look for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to watch them all. I watched about 3 of them. They're just
This is
wonderful.
what you do every night before you go to bed now, is watch Joe
God, they're
Pera.
just. I'm not. Gina, do me a favor. Just watch one
Okay.
today and tell me that you just start with the very first one. It's where he's sitting at home, and all of a sudden some people are knocking at his door, and he goes, "I better go see who that is." And he goes and opens the door, and these people, this family, just bursts in. He says, "Yeah, we'd like to buy your house." He says, "I don't think my house is for sale." And then he looks outside, and there's a for sale sign out in front of his house.
Wow.
And he goes, "Oh, gosh darn it. Some kids must have put that sign there." And then he says, "But I don't want to disappoint this nice family, so I'll let them look around." It's just charming and great. He's just great.
Go to your HBO Max and look up Joe Pera.
I do have the HBO Max, so I can do that.
You will find it. There we go. All right, 6:37. Oh, it's 6:38. Go ahead, call it that.
Okay, 6:38.
And it's time for Big Boy News and Innuendo, full strength. Brought to you by
Advantage U Signature PPO is a Medicare Advantage plan created in Utah with access to a huge network of doctors and hospitals, including University of Utah Health, Steward, Mountain Star, and Intermountain Healthcare. To see if Advantage U is right for you, visit AdvantageUMedicare.com.
It's amazing. He keeps going.
Who?
Iggy Pop.
Yep.
Just announced a new deal with Atlantic Records and Andrew Watts Gold Tooth Records to release his next solo album, Frenzy, the first single from the as yet untitled record. It's as yet untitled. No, I don't think that's correct, is it? Isn't that an error? You don't refer to something as yet untitled.
That means it's someday going to be untitled.
Yeah. No, it's his untitled record.
Yeah.
It's set to be released on October 28th. You can listen to the single, I think, is available. He says, "I'm the guy with no shirt who rocks."
Yeah.
Andrew and Goldtooth get that, and we made a record together the old-fashioned way. His players are guys that I've known since they were kids, and the music will beat the S out of you. Have a great day.
Thanks, Iggy.
He's some, I don't know how old he is, but pretty old. And he's
29.
He's actually in great shape, apparently. I've read a couple of interviews with him, and people marvel. I don't believe he drinks or smokes.
No, he quit everything.
Yeah, he
had to. It was going to kill him.
And Jared Leto, boy, this is great, Jared. He's releasing a skincare line.
It's about time,
I
Jared.
think so. He says, I've been really interested in beauty products for a long time.
I can tell.
He
really looks...
He looks very young. He's 50
looks
years
the same
old.
he has ever looked.
That's true.
Whatever you're doing, Jared, share your secret.
He is set to launch 29 Palms, a range of gender-neutral products for skin, hair, and body. And much like Brad Pitt's, I didn't know Brad Pitt had a new beauty line.
Well.
Le Domaine. Prices for the items are shockingly high.
Yeah.
$97 for eye cream.
Wow.
$95 for clay face mask. $87 for moisturizer. No, thank you.
But Bill, don't you want to look like Brad Pitt or Jared Leto?
Gina, it's I don't know if you've noticed, but it's way too late.
No,
for that.
it'll reverse.
No, it will it? No, it will not.
No.
We'll have to ask Sean Means about this, and I'm not going to go into it. Just other than this headline or this first line, the new Dwayne Johnson movie,
Black Adam.
You mentioned it yesterday. Talked about it yesterday. The first line of this story says, "Black Adam does not deserve a bad review. A bad movie review would be too kind."
Oh, it's that bad.
It would imply that Black Adam is an actual movie.
Oh,
wow. Where's that from?
That is from it's from a review.
Because I'm not seeing many good reviews.
It's from the San Francisco Chronicle. Their reviewer there.
Wow.
Let's see now. A tourist was fined $2,300 for feeding a cookie to a dingo. Everybody knows you don't give a dingo. You don't. There's a children's book that says, "Don't give a dingo a cookie." Don't feed the dingoes. Coronavirus. Everybody keeps saying, everybody, the infectious disease experts are talking about this flurry of new COVID-19 variants that appear to be gaining traction globally.
Get your booster.
Raising fears of a winter surge of coronavirus in the United States. And then I'm not going to read all the variants. BA this, BQ, BF, BS, the recombinant variant, XBB, has been rising quickly. I haven't even heard of that one, and appears to be fueling a new wave of cases in Singapore. Cases are also rising in Europe and the UK, where these variants have taken hold. Dr. Peter Hotez, I guess, who co-directs the Center for Vaccine Development at Texas Children's Hospital, said he thinks of all of these variants collectively as the Scrabble variants because they use letters that get high scores in the board game, like Q, X, and B. As the U.S. moves into the fall, COVID-19 cases are dropping here. Normally, that would be a reason for hope that the nation could escape the surges of the past two pandemic winters, but virus experts fear that the downward trend may soon reverse itself thanks to this gaggle of new variants. Well, that F-35 aircraft
crash.
crashed. An investigation is underway, and local flying operations have been temporarily canceled as officials look into and try to determine what caused the crash on Wednesday night at Hill Air Force Base. The pilot of the plane was forced to eject before the crash that happened at the north end of the base runway. Officials said the pilot was fairly low to the ground when he ejected and was taken to hospital for minor injuries only before being released shortly thereafter. It was a traumatic experience that not all of us go through, said Colonel Craig Andrell, commander of the 388th Fighter Wing. He's doing okay now, and we have a lot of resources for him. And I think I heard this morning that he had been released from the hospital. So it's amazing to me, those, when a pilot ejects from an aircraft, you know how that works? They have little rockets on built into the seat.
It's got to push you away from the airplane.
And you can. He says here he's fairly low to the ground. That thing launches you way up in the air. I mean,
well, it's so a parachute can deploy and bring you down safely.
Yeah.
It shoots you up. And
that's how it would work. 5 other F-35s from the 388th Fighter Wing were diverted to Salt Lake International Airport and will return to the base soon, officials said. Local flying at the base has been canceled for the next day or two while they try to determine what happened. Because, maybe there's some defect in the plane that's in the other ones, and they don't know. A deadly crash in Layton killed one person and left another seriously injured. 2 vehicles were involved in the initial crash that happened near Fort Lane on Highway 193 in Layton yesterday afternoon. Witnesses told police the initial crash was a T-bone accident. Well, that almost happened to me this morning. Between a pickup truck and an SUV, the truck was exiting the mobile home park while the SUV was heading west on the highway. Afterward, a third car hit the other crash, sustaining some minor damage. Of the 3 drivers, the pickup driver, a 75-year-old man, was pronounced dead at the scene. 50-year-old woman was taken to the hospital. Steve Bannon, ex-advisor to former President Donald Trump.
What do you mean ex? He still advises him.
Yeah.
Infamous 2-shirt wearer. Or triple shirt wearer. What is his fashion that he does, Gina?
Yeah, it's
he wears
3 shirts.
3 shirts, right?
Yeah.
He wears 3 shirts. He will be sentenced today for his criminal contempt of Congress after defying a subpoena from the House committee investigating the January 6th insurrection.
And he loves it. He wants to be locked up.
I want him to be locked up. Okay, so we agree.
He wants to be a martyr.
The sentencing will unfold in a federal courtroom in Washington, D.C. Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, will hand down the penalty in the proceedings that will begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So 7 o'clock here. Let's monitor that. The sentencing is a milestone moment in the Justice Department's response to January 6th, as prosecutors say that by flouting the committee's subpoena, Bannon, quote, exacerbated the assault on the rule of law that the U.S. Capitol attack amounted to. It may also bolster the leverage lawmakers have in securing cooperation of other witnesses, including Donald Trump.
Now, has he been put on trial yet for the fraud?
Yes.
Yes.
The wall thing.
Yes, and I don't remember
he
what
didn't go
the
to
sentence
jail for
was.
that.
No.
I don't think so, but
Was he fined?
I think he had to repay
some reparations.
People.
Well, this is a story that for Gina, because Gina sent it to me. A person in southern Nevada has died after contracting brain-eating amoeba. The patient, a male under the age of 18, may have gotten his brain-eating amoeba at Lake Mead. According to Southern Nevada Health District, the individual was at the lake on the Arizona side beginning of October and began to develop symptoms approximately a week later. This amoeba is commonly found in warm surface water. Commonly found, said Bronson Mack, a spokesperson for the Southern Nevada Water Authority. We draw cool water deep within the lake, and our advanced treatment processes protect the community's drinking water from the microorganisms and contamination. So he's trying to say these amoeba don't ever get into the drinking water system.
This is why I don't go in water places.
I wonder what the what is you start getting headaches, and it says it's a brain-eating amoeba.
That sounds like you'd have a headache.
What is it really? Does it really? Is part of his brain been eaten?
Well, if it's a brain-eating amoeba, that would tell me it's eating your brain.
Well, but I mean that could be sort of metaphorical. You know what I mean?
My brain hurts. That's it.
There are some precautions you can take, though, Gina. If you want to go swimming in Lake Mead, avoid jumping or diving into bodies of warm, fresh water.
I don't jump and dive.
Hold your nose shut. Use nose clips or keep your head above water when in bodies of warm, fresh water.
When I am in water, I keep my head above water. I'm more of a wader.
Avoid putting your head underwater in hot springs and other untreated geothermal waters.
All right.
And avoid digging in or stirring up the sediment in shallow, warm, fresh water.
My sediments, exactly.
Jeez.
That's real. And one final story here. This is
time.
Okay, I got two then. Launched in Mexico in 1985, Tajín Classico seasoning, which I have absolutely fallen in love with.
Tajín is delicious.
I went to the store the other day and bought one of those bowls of cut up fruits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, pineapple, watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew.
Yep.
And I just sprinkled tahini on all of it.
Best.
Oh my God, it's good. It is so good. It's especially good on watermelon, but it's good.
Pineapple. It's really good
great on pineapple. Yeah, it's just so. If you haven't tried tahini, it's Tajin, tahini. But anyway, here's for you, Gina. Let me tell you what tahini is. It's a blend of mild, very mild chili peppers. It's not hot, really. And then it's got lime and sea salt in it, and it's like a little granular. There's a liquid version of it too. I found.
I haven't ever seen that.
Yeah, it's like a hot sauce version. At any rate, it says you sprinkle it on all kinds of stuff. Well, Classico Tajín, they're using it on Pop-Tarts. A selection of Pop-Tarts, including frosted strawberry, frosted wildberry, and peach cobbler.
Like they're actually making these?
Yeah, the packages. No, the packages are there. It is, you buy it and it's already on there.
Huh.
Oh,
I'd
see,
try that.
this is the sauce I was talking about. It's fruity chamoy hot sauce. That it's a tahini liquid version, and so use that with your. I'm going to try it.
All right. Oh, and Bannon was pardoned by Trump for the fraud.
Ah, okay.
I think tahini would be good on ice cream. I'm going to try that.
Try it.
I will.
Get back to us.
I will. All right. That's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Tom Brady has issued an apology.
Again?
For comparing the NFL season to military deployment, admitting Thursday afternoon it was a poor choice of words. Brady actually interrupted a reporter at the beginning of his Buccaneers press conference to deliver the apology, saying he wanted to express to everyone that may have taken it a certain way. That's not an apology when you say that. No. I'm sorry if you took it this wrong. No, what you said was terrible. What he said was, I almost look at football season like you're going away on a deployment for the military. And it's like, man, here I go again. Meaning, takes you away from your family and No, it is not like being deployed for the military, Tom.
No, it isn't.
Any military people that were your fans probably aren't going to take that very well.
But what metaphor can he use? He can't use a sports metaphor because he's in sports.
You get paid millions and millions and millions of dollars to go play a game. It is not like...
Oh, yeah. I guess that is different, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
For the military. Let's see. And in the NFL last night, the Arizona Cardinals beat the New Orleans Saints 42-34. In bases ball, the Houston Astros over the Yankees 3-2. Houston leads that series 2-0. And let's see. Tonight, the Jazz are on the road. They're going to play the Timberwolves, which is where Rudy Gobert is. So that'll be interesting to see how he plays against the
Do you
Jazz.
think people will boo him?
Well, this is in Minnesota.
Oh,
so,
it's there. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think there'll be any booing.
All right.
And I don't think they'll boo. I mean, if you get traded, that's not. There's one thing like asking for a trade or not wanting to re-sign, but if your team just trades you, I don't think you get booed. You didn't ask to leave.
Listen, people don't need any. They just the littlest excuse to boo. That's all they need, just a tiny excuse.
That game is at 6 o'clock tonight. And you want a piece of Rio Tinto Stadium?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You can get a piece of it.
Yeah.
So they're pulling out some seats to make a standing section. So at the far end where they have the drums and and they want that to be more of a party. So they're pulled seats out to have it be
because it's more of a party if you stand up.
Well, they just have drums
it is
and
because you can sort of mingle.
Yeah, it's just so they're selling the chairs. This is making room for the section 10 and 11 there. And the $10 donations, now they go for a good cause. Vice President of Communication and Public Relations, John Jenna, is hoping to raise funds and awareness for ALS. He's been the President, Vice President of Communications and Public Relations has been diagnosed with ALS just like within the last 2 weeks.
Really?
Apparently. So if you'd like a little piece of the stadium, if you're a big Real fan, and that would be a fun thing to have in your backyard or something, and your donation goes to a good cause.
All right.
Weather. So we've been spoiled the last couple weeks with this beautiful, warm fall weather. That is all about to change. So cold front starts to sneak in around midnight tonight. It'll be windy. It'll be around in the morning, actually. Rain and snow will start around noon on Saturday. If you've got errands to run, I would suggest running them today or early tomorrow morning. Stormy conditions will pass through southern Utah later in the evening on Saturday and overnight Sunday morning. But if you're in the mountains, there's going to be snow, and they say by Sunday morning, we will see a rain-snow mix probably down here in the Salt Lake Valley. And much, much colder. So today, 75 and nice. This is your day to do your outside stuff.
I don't do outside stuff.
Well, but you should.
I don't work in the yard.
We did ours yesterday.
Then Saturday, 57 for a high. Then Sunday, 43 for a high on Sunday. And lows, Sunday night, 29.
Ugh.
We're getting a freeze, and in the low 30s, it looks like.
All right.
Traffic, we have... Let's see if some things have happened. Let's see. These are all kind of old things. There are old things.
Traffic from yesterday? Historical traffic?
I have traffic in Scipio. I'll give you that because that's all I have. Crash northbound I-15, 7 miles north of Scipio in Juab County. If you are even further north of Scipio and closer to downtown Salt Lake and see some traffic, you can certainly text us and let us know what you're seeing, 33986. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
All right, so we will take a break, KXRK Provo, and we'll be back. Sean Means will be here to review movies, including Black Adam, which I guess he saw last night.
I'm sorry. Let me fix that for you, including Ticket to Paradise.
Oh, yeah, and that one, too. Yeah. All right, so stand by for all of that. Gina Waterford, please.
Okay, this is great. If you have a kiddo who's going to be starting kindergarten next year, 2023, you can get this program, Waterford Upstart. It is an early learning program that we have heard from teachers that have heard us talking about it on the radio and have called in and said, I can tell kids that have done this Waterford program, they are ahead of everybody else in my class, and they highly recommend it. So this is basically getting kids going reading a little bit early. It's just 15 minutes a day, and it sounds expensive. You get a laptop computer, internet access if you need it, phone call coaching tips, and the whole program. It's not expensive. Not only is it not expensive, it's absolutely free. The state pays for this. All you have to do is sign up for it. I don't know why you wouldn't do that if you have a kid starting kindergarten next year. So here's what you do. You go to waterfordupstart.org, sign up. They'll get you started on it right away, and your kid will be well on their way to being a great reader. waterfordupstart.org.
Real Alternative is back. X96, Foo Fighters, Beastie Boys, Rage.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was it was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the Einstein's Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there, and Artie overheard me, and I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just... And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
Like in school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but, if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box,
yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, well, are you dating anybody? No, I'm not dating. Well, are you? Are you talking to anybody? And I said, well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college.
For a year.
And she said, Joe Jones? She totally plucked his name out of the air. And I said, how did you know? And she said, because he was the best looking guy you went to school with. So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date, and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story. He's Tower of Terror at Broadway Cinemas Friday and Saturday nights all October. Use the code RFH Horror to buy one get one tickets at slfstix.org.
Thank you.
He has stepped into the studio and up to the microphone in order to give us some movie reviews. Sean Patrick Means is here. Sean is the culture desk for the Salt Lake Tribune.
Culture editor.
Culture editor.
Cultural desk is three of us.
Oh, there are three people at the desk. I see. And Sean is also a movie reviewer, and you can find Sean's work at Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com. But you can find his movie reviews and other things at moviecricket.net.
All right.
That's correct.
So, where do we begin?
We have 4 movies to talk about this week. We got 2 art houses and 2 mainstream.
Okay, so let's start with the artsies.
Yep. We'll start with Descendant. This is a really powerful documentary that I saw at Sundance this year. It follows what happens when someone finds the remains of the last ship to carry slaves into the United States.
Oh, yeah.
The Clotilde. This was 1860 in Mobile, Alabama. Came into Mobile, Alabama. This was long after the practice. 1808 they passed a law to not bring in any more.
Mm-hmm.
And this was some rich guy in Mobile saying, "I bet I could get through there," and they got the ship in, and then got the slaves out, and then burned the ship to hide the evidence. Wow. So they found the remnants of the ship. Yeah. This is Mobile, Alabama, and it raises a lot of old questions, especially in the area near there called Africa Town, which is where the descendants of the people on that ship
came
from. Mm-hmm. And they're wrestling with what to do. Do they try to honor their ancestors? Do they turn it into a touristy thing?
Yeah.
Excuse me. And also the fact that the family of that guy who said I'll get them in here, that family is now one of the most prominent families in Mobile.
Of course.
So, and so what's great about this is how the director Margaret Brown listens thoughtfully and lets all the sides sort of speak their piece. Okay. She also has a narrator read. There's a famous book by Zora Neale Hurston where she interviewed one of the last survivors of the Clotilde and wrote it in his dialect, and so you hear a narrator doing that, and so you get voices much closer to when the slavery happened.
Interesting.
Really thoughtful movie. It's on Netflix.
Oh, really?
So you can watch it at home. It's 3.5 stars and Descendant.
Can I ask the family of the slaver, the descendants, prominent in Mobile? What is their relationship to the community? I mean, what is their
names are on every street and building. It's like.
Do they? What are their? I mean, do they have interaction with the African American community?
They're rich white people who live up on the hill.
All right.
So yeah, and they did not cooperate for this documentary.
I imagine. Well, I thought maybe it would be they've done charity work and tried to make amends, but no.
They were also involved in putting in the chemical plant near Africa Town. So the pollution pollution that stays on the black side of the town.
So they doubled down. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
Well, let's go to Triangle of Sadness then.
Yep.
I don't think I care.
Awful.
I don't care
we
for
went
that
from
name.
that to this.
This is a weirdly funny and grotesque movie. This was the winner. This is the Palme d'Or winner at Cannes this year, and this is a satire of the super rich that takes no prisoners. You have 2 models, Carl and Yaya. They're dating, although he gets worked up sometimes because she makes more money, but then never buys dinner. That's where this starts.
Okay.
They end up on a luxury yacht as a freebie because she's an influencer and so on. And they wind up on this yacht on a cruise with other passengers who are really stinking rich. You have the Russian oligarch who made his money in manure and is proud of it, or the sweet little old English. This is something. The sweet little old English couple, and they talk about how they made their money. It was in the family business, making hand grenades.
Oh,
wow!
and other armaments and selling them to people and not caring who they sell them to.
I guess somebody got it.
Yeah. One night there's a terrible storm, and you combine that with some botulism, and you get a scene that makes the Mr. Creosote scene from Monty Python look like a Disney cartoon.
Wow. Okay. Well, maybe I need to check this out.
The only people who are still talking are the Russian oligarch and the captain of the ship, played by Woody Harrelson, who are trading quotes from Karl Marx and Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
Woody Harrelson's quoting Karl Marx, and the Russian is quoting Ronald Reagan.
Of course.
So yeah, sorry, I lost my place.
Sean's trying to do this off his phone because his computer died.
So more things happen after that, and which is all I can say is that it looks like Marx might be winning.
Oh, okay.
As the story goes on, there's a lot of sharp commentary about how the rich function or don't function when there's like actual real trouble. And it is grotesque sometimes, but it is also very brilliant. Triangle of Sadness. Triangle of Sadness. Somebody refers to the model as having this sort of area, in his brow, which is always,
furrowed.
Furrowed, and that's the Triangle of Sadness.
That's the Triangle of Sadness right there. Okay.
Got it.
There's a great joke at the beginning where they models will smile more for cheaper products. So they're like doing an H&M ad and they're all smiling, but then they do Balenciaga and they're all serious.
Yeah,
that is kind of true.
And the more expensive the product, the more serious the model looks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
This playing at the Broadway. I'm giving 3.5 stars.
3.5.
Triangle of Sadness.
All right. Well, let's go to the fartsies then, and it looks like we're starting with Black Adam.
We will start with Black Adam.
Did you hear me read?
I did hear that
from the San Francisco Chronicle.
That's not too far off the mark. No.
Okay.
This is DC. This is a DC Comics character who's sort of Shazam adjacent.
Yeah.
He gets his powers in the same way.
He's sort of the opposite. He's like Bizarro shit.
He's bad. He's anti-hero.
Yeah.
Shazam. He has similar powers. Buried in a cave in the Middle East for 5,000 years, and when he wakes up, he's angry and he starts busting up everything.
Wouldn't you be?
This draws the attention of the powers that be in the superhero world, which of course means Viola Davis.
Yes.
Amanda Waller from the Suicide Squad movies. She sends it. But she doesn't send the Suicide Squad. She sends the good guy group.
Yes.
The Justice Society, which is another group that I had no idea was a thing.
Yeah.
And they're led by Hawkman.
Hawkman.
Yeah, who has wings and he flies and he's strong and all that. He's played by Aldous Hodge from Straight Outta Compton. They also have Dr. Fate, who can see the future, and he speaks in great pronouncements because he sounds like Pierce Brosnan. He is Pierce Brosnan. Atom Smasher, who gets very big, and Cyclone, who can make weather, and she's also super smart. So basically, you have, if the Mr. Pibb to your Dr. Pepper.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
Of Doctor Strange and Ant-Man and Storm, essentially.
Yeah.
So you got plenty of action here, but that's all you get. All you get is action. Nothing but action.
Yeah.
Which is boring after a while because you don't care anything about who these people are.
Yeah.
And why they're doing the things they do. And I still have no great solid idea of what Dr. Fate's powers are other than to speak like Pierce Brosnan.
He's mysterious.
Yes. But they can't. DC has this problem where they can't slow down for a minute to do. Think about some of the great scenes in Avengers or something where. They stop and have shawarma. They stop and
they have a party.
They stop and have a sandwich to talk about their feelings.
They have drinks and see who can pick up Thor's hammer.
Things like that. They have moments.
Yeah. Thor gets a beer gut.
Yeah, they have moments where you get some interaction and you find out a little bit about their character.
Well, that's always been Marvel's rule.
Yeah. This is like. The way I put this is like they have a 12-episode miniseries that Zack Snyder produced somewhere, and then this is the previously on sequences all at once, all in one movie.
Kerry was talking about it yesterday, and he said that they had trouble getting an M or a PG-13 rating because there's a lot of
They said it back 4 times.
Body counts.
Yeah, it's a high body count. There's and the bodies don't get treated well.
Okay, we're running out of time for the best movie of the week.
Okay, let's hurry up here.
And
what's that, Gina?
The other problem here is that Dwayne Johnson is doing the brooding anti-hero thing.
Yeah.
And even in his wrestling days, he couldn't pull that off.
That's true.
So, 2 stars for Black Adam.
All right.
And it's going to play everywhere.
It's already made the money.
Yeah.
Okay. Ticket to Paradise.
I actually wrote down here. This is Gina's movie.
Thank you.
Yes. Ticket to Paradise. You can tell that George Clooney and Julia Roberts had a lot of fun making this movie. Filming at Bali, enjoying the scenery, and getting to riff with each other. And it's one of those things, if you enjoyed this movie half as much as we enjoyed making it, then we enjoyed it twice as much.
They probably said, it's nice to get away from our spouses, isn't it?
Right. You get the feeling they're having more fun than we are. But, so Clooney and Roberts are playing bickering ex-spouses, and so they back and forth with each other all the time. But they have to team up because their daughter, who just graduated from college and was about to go to law school. She calls.
She's
and
going to
says,
ruin her life, isn't she?
She's going to ruin her life. She went to vacation in Bali.
You don't need to see this movie, Gina. You know what it is.
She's gone on vacation in Bali. She decided she's going to live there forever, and she fell in love with the seaweed farmer.
A seaweed farmer.
I would be upset too.
Who's hunky, and of course, also, if you're in Bali, you're usually wearing swim trunks all the time.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Yeah. This is Lily's played by Caitlin Deaver from Booksmart and Rosaline, which we talked about a couple weeks ago or last week. She's very funny, and it's a little annoying. She has to play the grumpy, daughter who my parents are embarrassing me kind of thing. But Clooney and Roberts have a lot of sharp banter back and forth, which is really funny, and you just wish they were in a movie that wasn't quite so by the numbers as a rom-com. But still, you get them, you have fun. 3 stars.
I will be able to forget about life for a while if I watch
essentially,
this. Perfect.
Yeah, that's all she needs.
There's nothing real about this, right?
No,
nothing real about it.
Of course not.
Where is it playing?
It is playing everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's in theaters everywhere. You also get Billy Lord, who is funny.
Yes.
I want her to play the wacky neighbor in a sitcom or something.
Oh, absolutely.
She's so great. So
this is one of those movies that Clooney does so that he can do other things.
Yeah, that's okay.
He'll say it.
I will support him in that.
I'll do these so that I can make other movies.
Because I see him in those things too.
This is the one for them, one for me.
Does he say other? Does he say other movies or good movies? This is something I do so I can make good.
Sean
movies.
gave this a good review, Bill.
Okay,
it's fun.
He gave
it's fun
Black
for them,
Adam 2 stars,
which is not good.
Well, but it's not even a movie according to the San Francisco,
well, the San Francisco Chronicles woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
What's next week?
Next week, the big one is Till.
Oh, Emmett Till.
This is serious. This is about Emmett Till. It's more about his mother and what happened after Emmett died.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, thank
Sean
you, Sean.
Means, moviecricket.net, also the Salt Lake Tribune.
Well, a couple of friends of the program are saying there's issues Foothill Drive before 13th South up by the U. They say it's at a standstill. Now, I don't have an accident reported there. I'm not sure what's going on, but thank you for letting us know that things are troublesome in that area. Crash southbound I-15 exit to 4 South in Salt Lake. That's via UDOT who gave us that, and maybe you can give us some more information on what's happening up on Foothill if you're there. Text it to us, 33986. If you're into Magic, Dungeons & Dragons, or Pokemon, Haster has it. Dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Haster Games, 6831 South State. Get store hours and more at HasterGames.com.
Right.
Got your boner candidates here. These are the titles you'll be voting for. Boner candidate number 1. I truly believe that they would be America First Republicans. Boner candidate number 2. Every one of these monsters who did this should be locked up forever. And boner candidate number 3. An all-new level of dangerous information.
Boners and big boy news coming up after these. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
Of course, we talk about tires all the time because it is a tire place.
And we got winter coming this weekend.
And we got winter tires. You can get some winter tires at Big O Tires starting at just $59.99. But also for the winter, winterize your car by having them go over it with their mechanics.
Yeah, they'll do all your maintenance, just oil changes. They're going to check all your fluids, your belts,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff you want to do as weather's changing. It's good to
make
have
sure
a once-over.
make sure your wipers are in good condition for the weather change as well. My wipers were kind of crappy, and I went down south a couple of weeks ago, and it was raining, and it was not fun. So I got them replaced at Big O Tires. I'm sure there's a Big O Tire store near you. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple, but just look at their website. They're all over the place, and get to know them. And also you can make an appointment online. That's nice, too. So just go to BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust.
Hi, I'm...
People have their favorite donuts. The places they want to go for a donut. You probably have a place that you like that you'll go for a donut. When you crave a donut, some special shop.
Here in the state, when I'm craving a donut, I'll go to Harmon's and get the Dunford.
Damn it! That's what I was just going to talk about.
Dunford chocolate one.
Why damn it?
Well, because that's fascinating that you would say that. I think because that's what I was going to talk about. Now I like Banbury Cross donuts.
I love the cinnamon.
I like their
Banbury
fritters.
Cross donuts.
Yeah,
are
and
the
those
best.
cinnamon ones are good. They do and then there are several donut shops around. There was that place out in Tooele. Their donuts were quite good. But yesterday, I went to the grocery store, to Harmon's, and I had a text from my wife that said, "Your child is requesting donuts." And I said, "What kind?" Dunford chocolate donuts.
Mm-hmm. Let's go get the box at Harmon's.
Yeah, 6 in a box.
People are saying you should go to the factory and get them because they're warm.
Oh, I don't even know where the factory is.
I don't know either.
So I got the box of 6 in a box, and
It's in West Jordan, Bill. You're going to be there on Saturday.
I'll check it out. And then the guy who was checking my groceries through said, "You don't mind if you just take home 5 of these, do you?" Meaning he was going to slip one out of the box and eat it himself.
Oh, I see.
I don't remember the last time I purchased a donut.
So
I usually just get them.
They just arrive?
Yeah.
So I got it home, and I had one. And I mean, I've had them before, but I just had to stop and remark, these are just damn good, and they're a donut out of a box.
Yeah, the Dunford chocolate cake donut, and I got to have milk with it. I got to have a little bit of milk with it. So and that's the perfect snack right there.
They go good with Old Forester too.
Oh.
You had bourbon and well, chocolate
Sure,
goes
why
with
not?
bourbon.
Why not? But I don't know. It just kind of surprises me that it's rather than a boutique donut shop. And I like the Banbury Cross, and I've had donuts from other places that I like, but just a factory made donuts, and it's so good. And you know who else? You know who loved those donuts?
Rosie No, not Rosie.
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne Barr.
Oh, yeah.
When she lived here in Salt Lake, that was, she said, that's what I ate all the time.
Well, we won't hold that against the Dunford donut.
They can't help who purchases their
Exactly.
donuts.
Well, that was back when she was a perfectly fine person.
Back when she was somewhat normal?
When she was, and she was funny.
And now everyone's weighing in on their favorite donuts.
Oh, where?
Darla's
what?
Donuts.
Where?
Darla's Donuts.
Remember?
Don't know.
We had somebody
have we
bring
had
us
'em?
Darla's Donuts, I think.
Bowman's in Kaysville, grocery store donuts, really good. Lindsay says, "Call me a fatty, but I've never had a bad donut."
Oh no, Lindsay!
The other
Now I
donut,
want a donut.
the other box donut that's not bad is the what do they call? It's the host. Are they old fashions, or
Yeah.
is that what they're called? They're just they're not the ones with powdered sugar on them.
No,
they're just a cake donut.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? The
Old fashioned. That has kind of the crunchy.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Looks like a shamrock almost.
Yeah, those are not
Which I
bad.
like because it shows you how to eat it. You just break off.
the pumpkin rolls at Maverick. People are saying
a pumpkin roll,
and I am hearing. Let's see, sour cream glazed old fashioned. Where do you get that, guy? That sounds good. Donuts and Deli on 27th and State has good
Never
donuts,
heard of it.
apparently. It's just a little. The Franz old fashioned chocolate donuts are amazing.
I saw
Franz.
that box of Franz. I didn't see the Dunfords right off the bat. I thought, oh, they don't have.
They're usually
Dunford.
down on the bottom shelf.
Yeah, and I saw the Franz. I thought, well, maybe I'll try those, and then I spotted the Dunford.
Provo Bakery in Utah Valley. My Sugar's donut.
I don't think you should be allowed to bring up a topic like donuts unless you were going to pull out of your bag. And
by the way,
I brought some in for everybody because now I want it.
Well, the Food Ranch in Orangeville, Utah. I don't want to have anything
Food
from.
Ranch?
I don't want to have anything from something called the Food Ranch.
I want to have everything from the Food Ranch.
It's like I would
Ranch
never
where?
I would never buy a dress at the dress barn.
Now, when I read this text, I read it in this voice. The Chevron in Camas has the best donut. Fritters. They got fritters.
They got fritters.
At the Chevron in Camas.
Boy, look at all these places.
Mountain Donuts in Ogden.
Cross E Ranch has amazing apple cider donuts.
Big O Donuts? Never heard of it. They're downtown, apparently.
Oh yeah, Big O. They're the vegan donut place.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We've had those,
and they are pretty good.
They are good.
Yeah.
Nighttime Donuts in Tooele.
That's the one.
That's the one we had.
Yeah.
And you'd have to go to Tooele.
Donut Boy in West Valley.
Donut Boy.
I like that. Donut Boy.
Donut Boy.
What's your preferred spelling?
Oh yeah, is it O-U-G-H or D-O-N-U-T?
Or is it
Donut.
or is it D-O-N-U-T?
No, that's not right.
There are plenty of people who do that. I prefer D-O-U-G-H. I'm old-fashioned.
Because it's
that
dough.
way. Yeah, it's dough. It's a donut.
Like Aquaman can call for fish to come to him, Gina can call for donuts to come for her.
They're not here.
I don't want to try something. I don't want to try something called duck donuts. I'm not sure that that's actually a pastry or of anything.
Chevron and Camus has won awards for their donuts.
Really?
There you go.
Camus Chevron donuts are the best.
Okay.
All right.
People are standing up for the Chevron and Camus.
I'm going to head up to Camus.
Let's go to Camus.
Daylight Donuts in St. George, if you're passing through, apparently. Beardall's Bakery in Magna.
Beardall's.
There's a lot of donut. Can we do the
a
donut tour of Utah?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You a cop?
Years and years ago, Carrie and years ago, Carrie and I did the burger tour of northern Utah.
Yeah.
We went to looking for the best burger. I think we went to 10 or 11 burger joints up in the northern part of the state. We went from, well, I guess we didn't go any past Brigham City.
No, we didn't go that far. They were all good, though.
Just a quick note here, is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out
are
of 9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please take everything's very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage. One owner. It's a one
I
owner.
only drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Well, okay.
Good. Please have it.
All right.
Take my uterus. Yeah, yesterday, but still. In 1989, one of the best albums of all time, The Pretty Hate Machine.
From Nine Inch Nails. All right. 7:26, it is time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 21, 2022. We'll give you 2 candidates now, then a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
All right, now listen, don't make any decision until you've heard all 3 Boner candidates.
Okay.
They're all 3 quite spectacular. Boner candidate number 1. Well, I truly believe that they would be America First Republicans. Carrie Lake, who running Republican running for the office in Arizona, governor. Regularly spewed election-denying nonsense in her bid to be the governor, was eviscerated this week after she claimed that Martin Luther King Jr. would be a MAGA Republican if he was alive today. A day after making the bizarre comment, Bernice King shot back that Carrie Lake was being dismissive of her father's seminal work and beliefs, such as ending voter suppression and treating all people, including immigrants, with dignity. She invited Carrie Lake to read more about her father at the King Center Institute's website, and she provided Carrie Lake with a link. Lake made the comment Wednesday while campaigning alongside Tulsi Gabbard, who announced her exit from the Democratic Party just last week. In conversation, Gabbard explained why she first became a Democrat, saying that she was inspired by the party of Dr. Martin Luther King and by the party of JFK, which she said was by and for the people. Unfortunately, that party doesn't exist today, Gabbard said. It's a very different party. And then that's when Carrie Lake, without hesitation, chimed in, actually, I think that party does exist. I think that party is America First. I'm a true believer that if Martin Luther King, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. were alive today, if JFK were alive today, if our founding fathers were alive today, they would be America First Republicans. I truly believe that. Boner candidate number 1. I truly believe they would be America First Republicans.
Oh, these people are awful.
Boner candidate number 2. Every one of these monsters should be locked up forever. I will describe this, and you probably can picture what it's like, but then when you see the video, it's even more horrifying. 4 people, this is in Mississippi, 4 people linked to viral video footage of workers using a scary mask to frighten young children at a Mississippi daycare.
It's awful.
Are facing charges of felony child abuse, and a 5th person faces 2 misdemeanor counts. The videos, one filmed in September and another one this month, were posted on social media. They show a daycare worker at Low Blessings Child Care and Learning Center in Hamilton, Mississippi, an unincorporated Mississippi community, wearing a Halloween mask and yelling at children who didn't, quote, clean up or act good. Children in the video, and these are little kids, like 2, 3, 4 years old.
Terrified.
Can be seen heard crying and at times running away from an employee wearing the mask, and another employee gives directions indicating which children acted good or bad. The employee in the mask is shown screaming inches away from children's faces at times. Monroe County Sheriff Kevin Crook, he's the sheriff and his name is Crook, said in a news release that 4 of the women each face 3 counts of felony child abuse, a 5th misdemeanor charges. The daycare owner, Sheila Sanders, is not facing charges. She has said at least 4 of the employees were fired when the video came to light.
It's so sad.
It's just,
and they
kids are terrified.
And they don't just like put the mask on and start yelling. They like jump in front of the kids. It's
they
like
sneak up on them, and
they're getting their kicks by scaring the little kids. It's awful.
Every one of those monsters should be put in jail forever. Boner candidate number 2.
Yeah.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, an all-new level of dangerous information.
All right, it's Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by.
The downtown Salt Lake Farmers Market is open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Pioneer Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, we were talking yesterday about Kevin Spacey testifying in his trial. He was on trial, or he was being charged with battery, allegations made by Anthony Rapp, an actor named Anthony Rapp, who, when he was 14, he said that Kevin Spacey picked him up and assaulted him and made him very uncomfortable back in 1986. Kevin Spacey reportedly was very confident on the witness stand, saying none of this occurred, and he was testifying for hours. Well, it was a victory for Kevin Spacey. Jurors deliberated for about an hour and concluded that Anthony Rapp didn't prove that Spacey had touched a sexual or intimate part of his body. Judge Lewis Kaplan formally dismissed the case. Attorneys seated on either side of Spacey immediately put their hands on his back when the verdict was read. We're grateful to the jury for seeing through these false allegations, said Jennifer Keller, one of Spacey's attorneys. And Spacey did not speak to reporters when he left. His troubles are not over yet, though. There are still other charges against
Help! I've escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement. Help me!
So this is an interesting contrast. Two stories here. I'll do the first version of the story from the Deseret News.
Okay.
The headline is, "What did an audit of Utah public school curriculum find? Audit finds instances of questionable materials in schools. But vast majority of teachers stay within acceptable guidelines. But they find instances of questionable," and then here's the first line. "Utah legislative auditors dive deep into public school curriculum and have released an audit. They said that there were things that were questionable in school teaching. A 12th grade photography class that required students to search the internet for a list of photographers' names. That list exposed students to sensitive materials, including nudity, among those images on which they were required to report, according to the audit conducted by the Office of the Legislative Auditor General. One middle school English assignment had writing prompts that included weighing in on contraceptives for teenagers, a subject which is disallowed within Utah code. Auditors cited 44 courses in the 5 school districts offered in junior and high schools, including content teachers post online, to determine whether they contain questionable materials. The majority of the classes offered in the 2021 school year. One unnamed school district's voluntary teacher training said that Utah has an unrecognized violent history with the original inhabitants of this land. And she's teaching that to students.
Well,
okay, that's the story in the Deseret News.
Okay.
All right.
Here's the story in the Salt Lake Tribune. Critical race theory is not widely taught in Utah, according to state auditors.
Yeah.
Utah auditors see no evidence that critical race theory is widely taught, but did find a few bad examples. The problem, a new audit said, is that the state has no formal process for setting curriculum, which creates significant differences between districts and schools. But there is no evidence that any widespread teaching of critical race theory happens.
Because they mentioned that in the Deseret News article.
No,
That's interesting.
Of course not.
In one high school, an English class was heavily focused on racism, cultural erasure, and marginalized minorities, the report said. And a high school history class used a book that said the founding of America was based on the ideology of white supremacy. While some might not see those as concerning, the 68-page audit said the highlighted cases could be seen as crossing the line. But there are just a few bad examples. Most of them are most of people follow a curriculum that's acceptable to the state. I just think the contrast in the way the stories, they both ultimately contain the same information. It's the slant that they put on them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. Newsmax has dropped Laura Logan.
I thought maybe this would be a boner.
Laura Logan, I didn't see it until Gina pointed it out to me, and I'd already gotten everything together. Laura Logan, formerly a very respected CBS News reporter, more recently a frequent Fox News guest. She started to go off the rails.
They booted her.
Yeah, Fox News doesn't have her anymore, and so she went to Newsmax. Well, she went so far off field that Newsmax has said, "I'm sorry, you can no longer be on our air."
How crazy do you have to be to have Newsmax say,
Wait till you hear what she said.
Let's see. Eric Bolling brought her on to talk about immigration, and she ended up pushing QAnon tropes, invoking blood libel, and fear-mongering about a global cabal planning to dilute the pool of patriots in the United States. Logan started her comments by claiming that the Biden administration is trying to engineer a Reichstag fire, an event that Nazis used to consolidate power and curtail liberties. Then she went on to claim that she was shown a secret United Nations plan in which a global cabal would dilute the blood of patriots by importing 100 million immigrants, claiming, God knows, The open border is Satan's way of taking control of the world, she said. And she insisted on she says this is Israeli intellectual Yuval Harari, who we've read.
Yeah.
And the rest of them want us eating insects and cockroaches while they dine on the blood of children.
Yeah.
This is on a news program,
Yeah.
or supposed news
Yeah.
program.
She said, this guy told me that he infiltrated the UN, and this is what they're doing.
She has gone over.
Oh, she has.
It's too bad because she was quite good at one time.
Weather, traffic.
Well, a change is a-coming. So we've been spoiled the last couple of weeks with just beautiful warm weather. That is all going to change. Now, you still have the warm weather today. It'll start to get a little breezy, though. We could even get up to 80 degrees today.
The hell you say?
But so do all your outside stuff, all your winterizing stuff, unhook your hoses and turn off your sprinklers and all that kind of thing, because big change coming tomorrow. They say by noon we'll start seeing rain, and the mountains will start seeing snow by tomorrow night. And down here in the valley, Salt Lake Valley, we could see rain mixed with snow here. Much, much colder temperatures. We'll have a high of 57 tomorrow. Sunday high of 43 with an overnight low of 29. Much, much colder. Let's see, traffic. I guess it's construction going on up at right lane of Foothill Drive between the freeway and Sunnyside Avenue. But it's caused a lot of people a little bit of a headache this morning. So thank you for those of you that have sent that in to me. Also crash northbound I-15 at milepost 352nd South. It's off to the right shoulder. Crash southbound I-15 at the 4th South exit. And like I said, if you see anything, you can text it to us, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3, an all-new level of dangerous information. On Tuesday morning, Fox News contributor Tucker Carlson claimed on Twitter that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention was set to mandate that school children get the coronavirus vaccine. By Tuesday evening, the claim was being repeated by the nation's most popular cable news show and had been amplified to millions more people on social media online. Quote, the CDC is about to add the COVID vaccine to the childhood immunization schedule, which would make the vax mandatory for kids to attend school, said host Tucker Carlson, which, by the way, I'm fine with.
Yeah, I am too.
But that's not the case.
True.
The claim was wrong. The CDC can't mandate something like that. That decision is left up to the states and other jurisdictions. The initial tweet by Nicole Safier, a radiologist at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, also misconstrued a planned meeting of CDC advisors who voted Wednesday to add coronaviruses to the Federal Vaccines for Children's program, a safety net program that offers the shots at no cost. Public health experts say there is a legitimate debate over whether school children should be required to be vaccinated against coronavirus, but the incendiary, erroneous claims by Fox News personalities is the latest example of how critics can twist the facts about CDC and the virus, potentially contributing to lower vaccination rates, fading trust in federal health officials, and other consequences for public health. This is an all-new level of dangerous information. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, I truly believe that they would be America First Republicans. That's what Carrie Lake, running for governor in Arizona, said. She said Martin Luther King, JFK, the founding fathers themselves, they would be America First Republicans, MAGA Republicans.
She's a loon.
Boner candidate number 2, every one of these monsters who did this should be locked up forever. Daycare workers charged and accused of scaring little kids, toddlers, with a very scary Halloween mask. And boner candidate number 3, an all-new level of dangerous information.
I don't know how you pick. These are 3 good candidates. But you gotta. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Who will be boner of the day? You can call Nick and just tell him, use your voice to vote live in the producer's booth there, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 21, 2022, and vote there. All right. You've got, let's see, less than 4 minutes to get your votes in, so let's go for Boner of the Day. And Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. He'll be taking your questions. Curious about booze? Are you booze curious? He'll be taking your questions at 8 o'clock, so stand by for that. All right, let's get to voting. It's Boner of the Day. Here we go. All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on
They're
Third
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that.
Mm-hmm.
I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI
It was
guy?
a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Mm-hmm.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. The Wine Guy coming up as soon as we award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Cacio e Pepe.
And Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli with expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30, lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
We had Boner candidate number 1. I truly believe that they would be America First Republicans. That's what Kerry Lake, governor candidate in Arizona, says. Martin Luther King, JFK, the Founding Fathers, they would be MAGA Republicans if they were alive today. Boner candidate number 2 was every one of these monsters should be locked up forever. Daycare workers charged with scaring the bejesus out of little kids with a mask, a Halloween mask. And Boner candidate number 3, an all-new level of dangerous information, false claims made by Tucker Carlson and then amplified on Fox News that the CDC was going to mandate COVID vaccinations for kids to get back into school. I don't know who won. I don't have the information.
Nick is sending it now.
He said he...
or he says he sent it.
I bet it's number 2, but I don't know what
it's number 2.
Oh, you know what? For some reason, that program we use to communicate has been removed from my computer. It's not here.
It's 2.
It's Boner candidate number 2, the people at the daycare worker.
It says it's there, but
He's
come
like
in.
pointing like you
Oh,
can
there it
see
is.
it on your
I
screen.
found it.
He was pointing like, I'm looking at it right now on your screen.
That's funny. I kept looking. 172 votes for that.
There you go.
All right, there we go. Sponsor, Gina.
Yes, so have another drink with Jimmy, brought to you by Prodigy Brewing, Logan's family-friendly brew pub.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Jimmy Santangelo, he's the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can find all of his stuff at wineacademyofutah.com. And he is an expert when it comes to spirits, wines, beers. And then today we're going to be talking about beer. And isn't it great that we have ice here now, Jimmy?
This is great. Quick chill.
Welcome to the 20th century. We have ice.
Yeah.
Beer is for breakfast around here, Carrie. Do you have that?
I got it somewhere here.
So tell us about this, Jimmy.
You know, Prodigy Brewing up in Logan, family restaurant, as Gina mentioned. They've got a great food menu there. It's up in Logan on Center Street. I don't know if you've been up to Logan lately, but man, it is growing. A lot of great restaurants. We do those gigs up there at the Barrel and Stave, a sister restaurant of Prodigy. They produce and brew their own beer on site.
Okay.
A lot of local ingredients as much as they can. This is their IPA. This is called their Tossing Hops Indian Pale Ale. 6.5% ABV, so a little higher proof. 16-ounce can. And this is only available through them up there on site.
Oh, really?
So it's not through the DABC stores. I was up there, and this was fresh off the canning line. One of the attendees at my Whiskey Wednesday up there came about a little bit late, and she gifted me, and she's like, this was just canned. I'm like, oh, when? This week? She's like, just now.
It's never been fresher.
Moments ago, eh?
Moments ago.
Wow.
Now, this does have, again, I say IPAs. I don't like really hoppy stuff usually. This is only mildly hoppy, and it tastes really fresh.
It sure does.
It's fresh and smooth.
Fresh and smooth. It's not that spice sting that you get from super high hoppy. And I have the hops here that it's brewed with a blend of Cascade, Centennial, and Columbus hops. So those are the types of hops. So the hop heads out there that know their beer will understand the kind of profile, as well as the IBUs. This is a big thing. 63 IBU. So sometimes it'll go all the way up to much higher, and that's where you get that sting. That's where you get that spiciness.
What is is it a high alcohol beer?
6.5%. So on average, your beers are about that 5 to 6. So this is a little higher. It's not certainly a Sessions IPA, which would be in that 5%. So that higher alcohol also helps smooth out and that nice mouthfeel that we're getting on this. I don't think I can taste the alcohol in there, but it's not overly alcoholic.
I like it.
Now, so you go up there to Prodigy on Center Street, and they have a good food menu as well.
Great food menu. They have when you go into this, it's Logan has a lot of the old shops, a lot of the old businesses. They're almost like a shoebox. Like they're real narrow and they're real long. And this has the bar just ripping down the right side, and the kitchen's on the left, and you sit in the middle, and then the back side opens wide up. A lot of college students in there, professors, business people. I was sitting next to a guy a month or two ago when I was up there. I went up early. People in from out of town, travelers. It's really an active, tiny little town.
We've got people in the chat room who love it. They say
nice.
The beer was good. I had the Serrano burger, pretty damn good. Their pizza oven wasn't up when I went in. Otherwise, I would have had the Truman sausage.
Are they giving the White Owl a run for their money?
Yes.
Because that place has been there forever.
Yeah. Well, I went in there the other day, and I said, do you guys have lights? Because there's no lights on. There's no lights on.
Pay your power bill? Huh?
It has its charm.
It sure does.
Yeah.
So, Prodigy, and is there any chance that they'll... Or are they regulated? They can't sell this other than on premise.
No, I think it's a production. It's a brand new label, so I think we're real fortunate to be able to have a sneak peek. But I'm sure we'll see this and many other products in the State store soon.
Now I'm looking here, Jimmy, and it's there's on your list here. It's always Wine Academy of Utah events.
Yes.
And the first bullet pointed event here is going under the knife. I'm not
Is
sure.
that a kind of wine?
I don't want to. I don't think I want to be a part of the going under the knife.
Great event.
Class. Yeah.
Yeah, this Monday I'm going under the knife. I'm getting a full right knee replacement, believe it or not. All those years on the floor of restaurants and doing gigs and those sharp turns. I'm living with a little bit of daily pain every day.
You're just tired of your knee. It just aches all the time.
Yeah. The doctor said, what's the level of pain? I'm like, well, doc, it's hard because I'm biased. He's like, what are you biased for? I'm like, well, I've been married for 20 years and I have 4 kids. I'm under a low threshold of pain daily.
Well, good luck.
So we're not going to see you for a bit.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see how we do. When those when the good drugs wear off, we'll see what day it is.
Well, you'll be up and around pretty quick.
Yeah, I think
really.
so.
They'll keep you. They'll probably. I've had it done, so they'll probably keep you there for a day or two, just in the hospital.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of. A couple years ago, when we were considering it, they said I was too young for a full knee replacement because I might wear it out, and then I'd be at an age in my 70s where then they don't want to go and
get
for an operation. So I waited a couple years, wore a brace, managed it through physical therapy, varying exercises, and I went in. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, we can. You're out same day, depending on how you feel. You recover."
Oh, they're sending you home the same day.
Yeah, and I said, "What happens if I wear it out? Not that I'm going to go running again, but I just want to walk every day without pain." He's like, "Oh yeah, no, you can do that. And if it wears out, we just open it up and we replace the puck. They don't replace the hardware." I'm like, well, like a table wedgie? Like, he's like, basically.
Wow. Okay.
That was a restaurant.
It's been a while since you had yours, Bill. Maybe they've improved.
Yeah, it's. But the one thing that they will do when you come out of the anesthesia and they wake you, that they'll say, "Okay, let's get up and walk around."
Yeah,
right away.
Yeah, which is
surprising, kind of weird. Yeah,
and you'll be able to get out and drive and stuff pretty quick.
Okay. Right. So maybe I will see you next Friday. If not, it'll be a call.
No, we're not going to see you.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
We'll see.
Probably not next Friday.
Now is the time to call and ask Jimmy questions about adult beverages. He knows all, he sees all, he drinks all. 877-602-9696.
Beer is for breakfast round here. Drink or be gone.
That's what I was
Or you could ask him about his knee replacement.
You could.
What pairs well with a knee replacement?
Best of Jimmy, good luck. Our first text comes in. All right.
High proof whiskey pairs well with a knee replacement.
877-602-9696. Or if your bishop is listening or you're shy, text your question to 33986.
So crash northbound I-15 at milepost 300. That's 53rd South. It's affecting actually the center lanes of traffic. They're closed. Crash southbound I-15 exit at 4 South. And other than that, things look pretty good. If you see something that's not looking good or want to, wish Jimmy luck or have a booze question, all of that can happen via text at 33986. Brought to you by UFirst Credit Union. UFirst is no stranger to rewarding members. Rates are low, no annual fees. Transfer your balance to UFirst today. Get 3% cash back up to $1,000 with no transfer fee, no annual fee. Call 801-481-8800 or UFirst branch to get started.
Again, questions for Jimmy the Wine Guy at 877-602-9696 or text your questions to 33986. KXRK Provo.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
This is before we went on the air.
now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet, and it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the
We
radio.
didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio, and Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to. Want to talk to somebody from the food bank?
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with them.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said,
silly
well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
You
I
were
said,
a little...
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the
stuff,
food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that a
Oh,
little
and
better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. she was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Well, maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
Oh, just dive right in.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel all right.
Yeah, please do call and ask Jimmy questions. He knows about spirits, whiskeys and tequilas and rums and all of that. And he knows about wine, and he knows about beer, and he knows about the etiquette at restaurants and things like that as well. I was having dinner. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I was having dinner at Ochre, and Jimmy wasn't even on the premises, but the wait staff brought me a dessert and said it's from Jimmy. Jimmy's Antenna. I said,
How did he know?
Is he following me?
The Bill Cam.
Yeah. Any questions? 877-602-9696.
Here's a text question. I'm excited about this one. I have a question about using egg whites and cocktails. I had some fancy drinks at a bar one time, and the bartender mentioned that they used egg whites to get that kind of foamy on top.
Yep.
So I bought powdered egg whites, thinking that I would make a little bit of an egg white slurry to add to my cocktail. So far, I'm struggling. I think that your problem is the powder, right?
Yeah. So the reason of the egg white, you're exactly right. It gives you not only that frothiness on top, but more than visual, it does have a textural feel, kind of a creamier mouth feel. We'll use it with a classic cocktail called the New York or the whiskey sour, whiskey sour. And when you add an egg white, right, it's the white of the egg. So we'll crack the egg off to the side and then set over the pint glass just the egg white, keeping the yolk in the egg. And then when we shake the cocktail, so should you do this at home, when you shake the cocktail, it's not a stir down, it's a shake. You do it without ice. It's called a dry shake. You want to you just dry shake that, and you're really you got to burp it afterwards. Literally, there's some pressure built up. Then you integrate your ice into the cocktail, shake it a second time, and then strain it into over a rock or depending on what the type of cocktail is.
This is why you go to a bar and have a professional do it.
That's right. you really got to want that cocktail to do it.
Really got to want. Yeah, but you're right. The powdered egg. They do offer, and I bet you Boostique has it. They do offer a liquid substitute that is that provides that frothy and creaminess, but. That's cheating.
Yeah.
Chemical based.
Yeah. Nice. Put it that way. Cheating. I think that's a good way to put it.
Scott, we got some phone calls.
We got Tom. Hi, Tom.
Hi there. Longtime drinker, semi-professional podcaster. I have a question for Jimmy. When are you going to have another mezcal tequila pairing again? Asking for a friend.
Thanks for the call, Tommy. Yeah, we're going to do those. We're going to launch them in January, February in the upcoming winter. We're going to give it a break over Thanksgiving and over November and December. But yeah, beginning of the new year. Those are my favorites.
Keep on wineacademyofutah.com and
they're all there.
Yeah, it'll be there. All right.
Let's go to Jared. Hello, Jared.
Hello.
Hi, what's your question?
My question is there a general rule as far as what wines should be chilled and what wines should be drank at the room temperature?
It's a good question, Jared. The coldest wines you want, the styles are sparkling and dessert wines. You want those very chilled or well chilled. And then chilled temperatures, so you're looking at that 45 degree, are your standard whites, your Chardonnays, your Vignes, your Gewürztraminers, your Pinot Grigios, your Sauvignon Blancs, and your light-bodied reds. So you can do your Pinot Noir. So living side by side can be your Pinot Noir and your Chardonnays.
Or rosé, would you?
Rosé, exactly. Yep. Rosé, and then room temperature are the more tannic dry reds room temperature. If you add a chill to a tannic dry red, a Shiraz, a Barolo, a big dry cab, you're gonna emphasize the tannic structure, lowering the fruitiness of it. So you want to avoid well chilled there.
All right,
there you go.
All right, excellent.
Thank you. All right, 877-602-9696. Let's go to...
He even knew the temperatures.
Yes, of course he knows. Let's go to Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, that's me.
Yes, yeah.
Hi. I have a friend buying a house, and I wanted to get them a bottle of whiskey and a cigar.
Oh,
this is right up Jimmy's alley. This is
I
Jimmy's
want you
thing.
as a friend. That's pretty
This is
awesome.
You've come to the right man.
Ask this: how much money do you want to spend?
$50.
Yeah, we can get you.
I don't know how much cigars
We can get you out the door with $50. So this is what you can. You know what's fun is there's by Basil Hayden. There's a whiskey called Dark Rye, and it's a blend of American rye, Canadian rye, and a touch of American port. So it's got this really deep, rich fruitcake kind of structure of a whiskey.
It's yummy.
It's in the 30 bones, $30. And then all you got to spend is go down to Beehive Cigar. You can go to Genie's, but get a Madura. It's called a Madura style, and that's a darker wrapped cigar. And do the Torpedo. Those tend to be a little bit longer, and they got that tipped end. It's a very elegant style.
Looks
cigar.
like a torpedo.
Looks like a torpedo.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yeah, that's Basil Hayden and Behind Cigars. Got it.
Yep.
There you go. All right, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it makes me want Basil Hayden and a Beehive cigar.
A Beehive cigar. Here's a good one. I was cleaning out the garage last month, and I found a box of alcohol.
Oh, that's always great.
It probably has been out there over 2 years. Is it still good, or should I get rid of it?
Well, that's pretty general, a box of alcohol.
You check the corks. Also, some condensation on the shoulder of the inside of the bottle. If they're clear bottles, you can detect that. If you do pour, so what's going to happen is this: it's in the garage, kind of like paint.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to keep your paint out in the garage because of the temperature fluctuations. Similar, but when you pour one of those alcohols from the box, if it smells kind of drier or it's not really having its fruity or aromatic characteristic, you might have killed it. But you know, you gotta.
It won't hurt you, will it? It won't hurt you.
Well, not likely. Not likely. And if it's wine, it might have spoiled. But take a picture and send it to me at thewineacademyofutah.com. Go to my contact page. I'd love to see a pic.
This is why we prefer phone calls. We could ask you, what do you mean by a box of alcohol?
Yeah. Now, if it's whiskey or spirits. And it hasn't been opened, that it'll stay forever, right?
It should, but with that temperature effect, you will have some evaporation due to the temperature.
Even if it hasn't been opened.
Even if it hasn't been opened, yeah, because they're not a perfect seal.
All right. Boostique does have egg replacement for cocktails. It's called Fee Foam. All right. Let's see. This is a good one. I know literally almost nothing about wine. But I often find myself having to buy a bottle of wine for an occasion or for a guest at our business. Is there a wine type that would probably be the most satisfying to a general group of people?
A go-to.
What type of red wine, red blend, white? This is such a problem for me.
I just always get a bottle of Mateus Rosé.
No.
Remember that? Mateus.
No. Don't do that.
So what would be just, your...
Pinot Noir, a red. It's light-bodied, low tannin. It's easy drinking, and they got great labels. And don't be afraid to buy by the label. I've done wine tasting classes where it was all by the label versus very fancy labeled wines. And it was fun to see how much labels influence the flavor. One wine, just to throw out there, never had it until this week. Portlandia Pinot Noir from Oregon. It's got the glasses, so it looks just like my big glasses.
Like Fred Armisen.
Yeah. That's exactly
who does
right.
The show. Yeah.
I was really surprised because I'm not a label buying guy or a point guy. I like to do the research and it was varietally correct, meaning it tasted like a Pinot, and yet it tasted like one from the Willamette or up there in Oregon. So I was really impressed with it. And it's like $16.
So what you're saying is the label can't actually influence the flavor of the wine because it's on the outside of the bottle, but the people who make it, if they have a sense of humor or if they have a sense of design, then maybe they're making a good wine too.
No, absolutely. Labels influence purchasing behavior, buyer behavior, consumer behavior.
But animals, they say you should put animals on your wine.
Well, that's why I picked up that Martha Stewart Chardonnay.
It got an animal on it?
What animals?
Martha Stewart's on it.
Oh.
It was actually delightful. It was quite good.
Is she topless?
No, just a face.
Like she was for her coffee?
No. Let's see. Oh, well, that's all the time we have, Jim.
No.
Sorry about that.
WineAcademyofUtah.com. Jimmy's going to have knee replacement surgery, so no events probably until the beginning of the year. But
no, I'm going to be at it. They're going to have me on a big...
Yeah.
I mean, you'll be, if you want to do it, you'll be able to.
He said he's doing parties and stuff.
Are you still going to do parties?
Oh, yeah. We got a booked out calendar for November, December. See you guys soon.
All right.
Thank you, Jim. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. Crash northbound I-15 milepost 353rd south. Heard from a few friends of the program that are like, hey, the center lanes are closed here. Yep, that's what UDOT is saying as well. What else are you seeing out there? I appreciate when you back me up with traffic or let me know something that UDOT isn't letting me know. You can text us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Travel to a distant time and place. Explore the magnificent architecture and legends of the ancient Egyptian civilization. Mysteries of Egypt is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway. Go to clarkplanetarium.org for showtime.
All right. Beat Gina is next. What is the prize, Gina?
We have Blue October tickets to give away.
You will win Blue October tickets if you beat Gina at Carrie Fisher /Star Wars /Princess Leia trivia.
All right.
Easy trivia coming up. So 877-602-9696. Line up to play. Get those Blue October tickets. It's Beat Gina. 877-602-9696.
Hi, I'm Todd.
I have in my hands
the
results of our Twitter poll.
Oh, I'm very interested to see how this turned out.
Nick's mustache, should it stay or should it go?
Huh.
Well, does Nick look better with or without his mustache was the question.
Okay.
And there were 2 photos.
I provided the photos.
They were both wearing the same outfit.
The same Christmas garb.
Christmas sweater. One clean-shaven, young, youthful, almost childlike.
But
Nick.
looking grumpy on purpose.
But he purposely stuck his gut out and brought his chin in, so he just like, brr, brr.
Are you saying I made that photo purposefully bad for this poll?
I think you did.
Yes.
But, and then the other one, same outfit, posed jauntily almost, with hands on hip and that sort of thing, with the mustache.
Flattered.
66.9% think he looks better with the mustache.
Huh.
33.1% say he looks better without. So.
Ain't that something?
Well, it might be that people realize that your face has almost absolutely no character.
You need something.
So-
You need something.
So
Is that what you're saying?
If the mustache isn't there, it's just like your features are almost have been erased.
Let's walk it back. Let's walk it back a little bit.
All right.
Bill has said for months now that I need to lose the mustache because it makes me look terrible.
Yeah.
And now your position is I have the mustache because my face has no other character to it.
Which I think is a good thing. See, I think it's a good thing that you're one of those kind of people that every time I see you, I would go, "Have we met?"
But the mustache changes this. It makes me more recognizable, is what you're saying right there.
That is true.
Hmm.
If you're going to keep it, commit to it.
Yeah.
Don't have it all nicely trimmed up. And I want you to grow a mustache. Not just that little.
How is keeping it nicely trimmed not paying attention to it?
You make it. You almost make it disappear.
Do I?
Yeah. Let it get full.
This is the color. Can it be thicker?
It can be thicker.
Yeah, make it thicker.
Make it thicker.
Okay.
And I would even suggest coloring it a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
And
so because it's lighter than your actual hair.
Yeah,
your actual
that
hair
is true.
Darker.
I will give you that. Yeah.
So if it were darker,
okay,
perhaps.
Will it go down? Can you grow it down the sides?
You do
I can.
You can do a handlebar.
Do that.
Do a handlebar?
Don't do a handlebar.
Do a Hulk Hogan. Come on.
What? Yeah, that one. That's not a handlebar.
Let's not do
That's
Hogan. No,
Let's
no.
go all the way down here.
Yeah.
Down
Let's
there?
do a Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
Weirdly enough, the hair actually only grows without patches down that line.
Do it.
So,
It's patchy everywhere else.
here especially.
Do it.
This is an audio format, so I'm not doing our audience any service. But
It's below the chin. All right.
Yeah. Do that. I think it might give you an evil aspect if you do that.
Evil, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now see Terrence in the chat room, and you can trust Terrence. He knows what he's talking about. He says product is your friend, but he also says that you should do the chin hair and mustache combination. You get just a little tuft under the chin here, just a tuft.
Like what do they call it? Soul patch kind of thing almost.
And that's because your mustache is kind of on the thinnish side. It's not as dark as it could be. It'll help it a
Can you do a soul patch?
Do I want a soul
like
patch?
under your lip?
Yeah, but I feel like it looks a little hick-like when I do that.
No, with the mustache, and then you grow that little soul patch right there, right under your lower lip. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then it'll make you look like it will almost make you look like you're maybe a jazz musician.
Okay, I'll take jazz music.
Now, see, here's a texter. It says, I voted for because it makes him look older. Without it, he looks like a tall child in grade school.
Thank you.
But that's
this is what I
like
said yesterday.
My youthful childlike Nick. That's what I like.
I started here at 19, right?
Yeah.
I'm 26 now.
But
I'd like to look a little bit older.
Nick, I'm going to show you something here on my phone.
Have you really been around that long?
I have.
Yeah.
It seems way longer.
You will always be that Nick to me. I'm going to show you something here as I type in your name, Nick, in my phone.
Yeah.
Do you see how your name comes up?
Nick intern.
Still intern Nick.
And you
so
should
you'll always
change
be
it.
that
Yeah.
way to me.
Sure.
So no.
How many years have you been here?
What would that be? So I did a summer here in 19, and then I was here and never left at 20. So, 6.5 years?
Because I swear to God, it seems like 10.
Yeah?
Yeah. Or maybe even 12 years.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Well, I guess you're keeping the mustache, but let's work on it.
I can work on it.
You're going to keep it. Let's work on it.
Either a soul patch or let it grow down like that.
Yeah, something.
I'll make something happen.
Because it'll make you look. If you grow it down the sides, it will make you look tough. well,
tough.
Like
question mark.
It'll make you look tough, like I don't know. Yeah, it won't.
It won't.
No. Well, today is American Frog Day, a day to study the poison dart frog. It's also Count Your Buttons Day. Buttons! They can be found anywhere and everywhere, from shirts to jackets to pants. They also come in various shapes and sizes and colors. Oh, and it's also time to play Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Fellas, take a tip from me, Johnny O. Them gals will all go for a guy with well-groomed hair. Yeah. That's why you need Brill Cream hairdressing. Brill Cream ensures lustrous and natural-looking hair all day long, and it will control your hair without excessive oiliness. And when it comes to the ladies, guys, remember Brill Cream. A little dab will do ya, and you'll look so debonair. The gals will love to pursue ya and run their fingers through your hair.
Oh, it's greasy.
And now, with impeccably styled hair and the charm to spare, your host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
All right. The randomizer has chosen your contestant. Gina, you'll be playing against Curtis today.
Hello, Curtis.
Curtis, are you there?
Hello, Gina.
All right, Curtis.
Yes, I am here.
Let's toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage to go first in the game, so you call it heads or tails.
Let's go heads.
All right, coin toss app says tails, Gina Barberi.
Aha!
There you go. That means that Gina goes first. This first question is for her to answer exclusively. If you beat Gina, you'll win those Blue October tickets, Curtis. But what are you prepared to do in her name if she beats you?
Well, since the Nerd Store is sponsoring a Star Wars Saturday tomorrow at the Valley Fair Mall, I'm going to go support the Nerd Store.
Okay.
Nice.
Local business?
Local business.
Yeah. All right. This first question is for Gina to answer exclusively. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, I'll allow you to answer it, Curtis. And you can steal the point away if you get it correct. We'll go back and forth until one of you has 3 points. Carrie Fisher it would have been her birthday today had she lived, but here we go. So this is Carrie Fisher Star Wars trivia.
Okay.
On which TV show, Gina, was Carrie Fisher's last guest appearance 10 days before her death?
Oh, okay.
Which TV show? Was it 1, Bassmasters? 2, Graham Norton Show. 3, Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Or 4, Dr. Oz.
Was it Graham Norton?
It was Graham Norton. Correct.
There's a point for Gina. It's your turn, Curtis.
Curtis. All right. Yes. How did Carrie Fisher describe her feelings on religion? Is it 1, if you're too stupid for science, religion might just be for you? Is it 2, she's an enthusiastic agnostic who would be happy to be shown that there is a God? 3, if God had intended us not to masturbate, he would have made our arms shorter. Or 4, she was a Scientologist.
I was thinking 2, but I think I'll go with 4.
She was not a Scientologist.
Oh, sorry, Curtis. Gina, you got a chance to steal.
May I go with 2?
You may.
Okay.
That is correct.
Sorry, Curtis.
Wow.
You're welcome, Gina.
Thanks, Curtis.
All right, that's 2 points for Gina, no points for Curtis, and Gina controls the question.
Gina,
Let me
here you
wrap
go.
this up right here.
What was the one thing she really didn't like in Star Wars?
Okay.
The original movie.
Okay.
What was the one thing that she really didn't like?
Okay.
Was it 1, C-3PO would not have forgotten he turned off his comlink. He's a robot.
Oh, okay.
Is it 2, Obi-Wan wanted to remain hidden from the Empire, but he kept his last name?
Right.
Was it 3, Luke is supposed to be hiding from Vader, but he still uses the name Skywalker?
Right.
Or 4, Princess Leia's buns. You know, the hair thing.
I think she hated the hair.
She hated the hair.
And Gina wins the game 3-0. Nicely done.
Sweet.
It's no Blue October tickets for you, except probably it is.
Wow. Curtis, you seem like a nice guy, and you're going to be supporting a local business, and that should be rewarded with Blue October tickets.
Thank you.
They're coming to the complex on November 11th. If other folks want to learn more about that show, we've got everything you need at x96.com.
All right, Curtis, hang on the line. We'll tell you how to get those tickets.
Listen, I've got to go. I've got to go home and do some grooming. But Carrie, can you lend me a comb?
Sure.
Ta-ta.
All right, big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by
Water Pocket Distillery's new barrel strength light whiskey. Water Pocket has opened a satellite distillery called Robber's Roost Distillery at the Etta Place Cidery in Torrey. That's near Capitol Reef National Park. You can learn more on Instagram and Facebook at Robber's Roost Spirits.
Well, Amy Schumer is back.
Oh, that's right. This
on
week.
TV. This is a reviewer. I don't see the name on the column here, but for the Daily Beast, who's watching the new Amy Schumer show. It says, for years we've soothed ourselves with comfort TV. That's nice. The new season of Inside Amy Schumer is a reminder of how necessary comedy about unpleasant things can be. 2 words that made me laugh harder than anything I've seen on TV this year. Fart Park. Oh, this is Kevin Fallon is the person reporting this. I'm cracking up again just typing those words. Fart Park. On Inside Amy Schumer, which launched its 5th season Thursday on Paramount+. Schumer plays a character who stumbles upon Fart Park. It's a gated section of Washington Square Park in New York, part of a city-wide initiative, judgment-free zones where people can just go fart outside. We see people sheepishly milling about the lawn, staring at the ground, kicking some grass to kill time as they take care of business. That's what's going on in there. Everyone's just farting, Schumer says. Is that what it is? Hopefully, said a stranger. We've seen some accidents, though. The camera zeroes in on a Hunter Green Parks department sign that's familiar to New Yorkers. Over the usual circle and shrouded leaf, it reads, stark letters, Fart Park. There's an outrageousness to the mundanity of it all. I'm laughing again. So that's Amy Schumer. Check it out.
All right.
I will. You know what I started watching, by the way, just TV? And I'm just watching season 1, the first 3 episodes now, or 4. Rami. Oh, my God. Why did I not do that before? That is it's funny, and it's very charming and very honest. And
Is
very,
it on Netflix?
It's Hulu. And very heartfelt. Rami. It's so good. So good. Let's see. Oh, here's the story you were talking about, Gina. Drag shows in the St. George area are promoting same-sex attraction. They're grooming children for satanic purposes. They're being abetted by civic leaders who won't stand up for what is right. At least that's according to a candidate in Washington County. That's the warning that Patricia Kent, write-in candidate for Washington County Clerk and Auditor, and others sounded at Liberty Action Coalition's meeting Tuesday in the Green Springs Clubhouse in Washington City. During her remarks at the meeting, Kent presented pictures that purportedly showed kids at recent drag shows in St. George. Those are children, teenagers at best, who are being promoted to the ideology of same-sex transgender, she said.
Being entertained at an entertainment show.
This is supposed to be the new exciting lifestyle, and everybody's supposed to love it.
Lifestyle.
Everybody's supposed to love it.
Drag is a new thing.
It's
never happened
not
before.
for hundreds of years.
They are grooming our children for immoral satanic worship.
Satanic now.
Kent, who founded the Liberty Action Coalition in July of 2020, since then, coalition members have united to oppose socialism, mask mandates. They oppose Black Lives Matter. They oppose mandatory vaccinations for children. They also took to the streets 2 years ago to stage a mass vehicle rally in support of former President Trump's failed bid for re-election. Now the 4,000-member coalition has a new target in its crosshairs, drag shows.
So they support, they protest things that really aren't things.
Coalition members argue that men dressing up as women in the public square harms civic virtue, community morals, and children whom they say are being dragged down to the depths of depravity.
Have they ever seen Monty Python?
How?
I don't get it. I don't know.
They're just in this weird bubble that's just, you know.
It's sad.
It really is.
If it wasn't potentially harmful, it just that they live in that bubble, that's a sad bubble.
God, get out of St. George.
A locket containing the ashes of a loved one. It's funny, we were talking about this kind of thing earlier in the week. just so a loved one's ashes in a special locket, devastated an Ogden family after it went missing years ago.
Oh.
Well, Tiffany Garul finally found the owners of the locket. It is just so surreal, Tiffany said. Her family found the locket years ago at Pine View Reservoir. The more I looked at it, the more I'm like, this is somebody's ashes in here. She posted about it on Facebook, hoping to find the owner, had no luck. So she kept the locket away in a box for safekeeping. I set it up on the counter, up in my cupboard, and it just sat there. It sat there for 4 years until 2 weeks ago she decided to try again. This time, she found the family who loaned the locket in Texas. I'm scrolling through all fast, and I was like, wait a minute, said Sierra Austin. I scroll back up, and I see it, and I'm like, there is no way. She said, hey, you don't know me, but I think my mom's necklace, that's my mom's necklace that she lost, and the ashes are her grandfather.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they're being the family in Texas is being reunited with the grandfather's ashes in the locket that they found at Pineview. And finally, this: every Halloween, there's some wiseacre in the neighborhood who insists on handing out dental floss or toothbrushes or some kind of strange healthy gum instead of candy. It's difficult to tell if these people are passionate about oral health and hygiene or just being jerks. Whatever their motivation is for doing it, it's always a recipe for disappointment for the kids who go out seeking the best Halloween treats and end up being tricked with mouth wellness instead. Well, there are a few candy companies that have tried to put a stop to this practice. In fact, there was a dentist in the 19th century who tried to mix the words of confections and oral hygiene. His name, according to the Mental Floss, I don't think they do a magazine anymore, but they do a website. His name was Dr. William James Morrison. He was both a devotee to tooth care and to eating loads of sugar. It is this man the world has to thank for the invention of cotton candy.
Oh.
Which was originally known as, and I think they still call it this in England, fairy floss. Though the goal was never to make cotton candy healthy, it was still a movement toward finding a middle ground between ingesting as much sugar as possible and keeping your mouth from becoming its own kind of painful fright show. Perhaps to honor this tradition, but more likely just to help dentists a little bit be less reviled, Airheads, the candy company, the Airheads, they have come out with candied dental floss.
What?
Yeah, it's dental floss that is flavored like Airheads candy.
But then aren't
we putting sugar?
Well, if it's just flavored, if it's
just
not
flavored.
Sugar, if it's just flavored.
Let's see what it says
flavor
here.
made of sugar.
It says it's literal candy floss. It doesn't say if it's real floss or if it's. It looks like it's real floss though from the package.
So maybe
it's probably just
because you can have
flavored.
mint flavored floss, so it's just probably flavored.
I think that's what it is. It is flavored like Airheads candy, but it is dental floss.
So will kids eat the dental floss?
Are they going to be confused?
That's what I'm wondering.
Listen, I'll tell you the story, and I won't reveal who it was, but one day somebody in my family was discovered eating the mint dental floss. Lots of it. And matter of fact, the whole package was gone. Ate all the mint dental floss, and it was really fun when it came out the other end.
This is just a bad idea all around.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, football last night. You had the Arizona Cardinals over the Saints, 42-34. And in Major League Baseball, the Astros over the Yankees. Houston leads that series 2-0. Jazz are on the road tonight. They're going to be in Minnesota playing the Timberwolves, which is where Rudy Gobert is. So that might be an interesting game to watch. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. And for your college football over the weekend, the Utes have a bye week, so they get to rest up a little bit. BYU on the road at Liberty. Utah State is at Wyoming, and Weber State is at Montana State. There's no football in state.
Could we get a bye week?
Yeah, I want a bye week.
I'd like that.
Yeah, there's still a rest week. That would be lovely.
Right.
So weather.
Yes.
Today, it could be 80 today.
It could be.
It could be. I mean, it's going to be warm.
It's not likely.
Probably more like 76.
Yeah. That's what I would think.
But quite warm, and it'll get breezy toward the end of the day. That's because something's coming. And the something is coming tomorrow. So we're going to have a big drop in temperature, and looks like rain and snow, depending on where you are, rolling in around noon on Saturday. Snow in the mountains, rain everywhere else. And then that snow actually will creep down toward the valley. Looks like Salt Lake on Sunday could have a rain-snow mix, and it's much, much colder. Saturday, 57 for a high. Sunday, 43. Overnight Sunday, 29. Big change on the way. X96 welcomes Shredfest November 5th and 6th at Liberty Park. Shredfest featuring Jai Wolf, Hayden James, and more. It's the annual two-day festival in the heart of Salt Lake City. A real snow rail jam, music, lumberjacks, beer fest, food trucks, vendor village. That's it. Information at x96.com. We have tickets to give away.
Oh, let's do it now.
Yeah. Text the word SHRED, 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 to 33986 now to win tickets to Shredfest.
Okay.
From X96 Traffic, let's see what we've got going on there. We have crash both directions. I-80 at milepost 145. That's east of Kimball Junction. The westbound left lanes and the eastbound lanes are also closed. So that's
really?
That's going to be a big incident affecting two directions of traffic there up by Kimball Junction. Good news is that's the only incident I'm seeing right now. You can always text us if you see something, though, 33986.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine, coming up just after 9 o'clock, probably about a half hour from now. We'll be playing that game. So be ready for that. Yes.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Keep tweezers in your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat.
That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So, anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow. I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go bloop? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because you know the robot's going to die at some point. Five right now.
I went out onto my front porch the other day, a couple of days ago, and I found this note glued with that sticky, it's not real good, it's, sticky, was stuck on the door
Okay.
with some sticky stuff. What the hell is this? Well, it says, and you can tell, it's crudely cut out of a
it's like
piece of paper.
It's like two paragraphs of something.
Hello, my name is, I'll leave it out blank, and myself and around 10 college kids have contributed some time and money and effort over the last month to host a haunted house Halloween party. The event is on the blank of October, and we're expecting it to be fairly noisy.
Oh, okay.
You're more than welcome to come. The average crowd is college kids. Costumes are required. It starts at 9. If you're coming, text me. And there's a phone number here.
Okay.
I'm writing this letter as a courtesy to inform you that cars will be parked around the neighborhood and there may be some noise.
Well, that's
because
nice.
It's a Friday night, just a minute from the university at College Housing. The event will be going late, and I'll always try to be as courteous as possible to all of our neighbors. If there are any issues, please contact me first at this number. Thank you, and Merry Halloween.
That's actually very thoughtful.
It is, because I can call this person to inform them that I'm calling the police.
That's nice. We're going to have this party,
Okay.
and it's going to be loud, and we should let people know.
We should let people know that we're going to totally inconvenience them because taking up all the parking and making it so that you can't get to sleep at night.
Well, you're allowed to have a party. It's not against it, and I think it's courteous to let people know in the neighborhood.
I think what he's indicating here is that sure, you're allowed to have a party if you keep it down.
Bill, you live blocks from the university.
Yes.
That's where all the kids are.
And your point is?
That are having, it's like you buy a house next to a railroad track, you know it's going to be noisy
I'm not
sometimes.
inviting them into my house. And I have to call parking enforcement about once a month because people block my driveway.
Well, call and weigh in on this, 877-602-9696.
It actually is. I thought it was kind of cute.
Yeah.
It was kind of cute. I'm just arguing to be argumentative. I thought, well, that's sort of sweet. Now, if it gets out of hand and too noisy, that's not going to be fun. And I've had, I think we've all had experiences probably where the neighbors are being just too damn noisy, and you have to do something about it. Or if you don't, you should do something about it, and you don't maybe. But I mean, I've been around situations where things were just out of. Although I think it was about 5 years ago, there was some really loud party going on in the neighborhood, and I thought I'm gonna go find where this is, and I go walking around. It was in the summer, and I go walking around. Finally, I see there's a driveway, and down at the end of the driveway, it opens out into a area, and there were probably 100 kids, 100 kids drinking and partying, and I walked down the driveway, and I ended up staying for an hour and a half. Hey, come on, hey, yeah, and we had a great time.
Guy in the chat room, that is a nice notice. People I know never get notices, and they have to get the cops involved all the time.
Yeah, this will prevent getting the cops involved. Actually.
Well, and that's what the note is saying: is it call me first, don't call the cops.
Yeah. If it's too much, call me, and I'll try to make. I assume I'll try and keep. Okay, we'll keep it down.
Yeah.
We're getting out of hand.
Have
here.
you ever been at a party where the cops were called?
Yes. Yeah, I have. I've been, and I've told you the story that party I broke up that Brad Wheeler was at.
I don't remember.
So years and years ago, Brad Wheeler, he's Ogden boy, and Brad Wheeler was friends with the son of some people I knew. I think Brad was maybe still in high school, and so I was at a Halloween party, coincidentally, with the parents of this kid, Ben. His name is Ben. So I was at a Halloween party with Ben's kids, or with Ben's parents, and it was up in Logan. I'm coming back to Ogden because I have to be on the radio the next morning. Ben's parents are staying in Logan, but they said, would you mind stopping by our house? Because I know Ben was going to have a party, and I just want to
make sure everything's...
Can you just make sure that everything's okay?
Nothing's on fire.
Yeah. Now, I didn't know Brad Wheeler at the time, and he's only told me this story in recent years. I got to the house, and there were hundreds of drunk kids.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not exaggerating either. And they were spilling out into the yard and the street, and they live on a small street, and they were just everywhere, and it was and it was out of control. And I'm going, what the? And I go inside and I find Ben, and he's scared to death.
Oh, you're going to tell my parents?
No.
Oh, no.
No. I don't know where all these people came from.
Yeah.
I don't even know them.
Yeah, that's the word gets out.
He was scared to death.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, we're going to clear this out. And as Brad tells it, and I kind of remember this, I was probably a little drunk. As Brad tells it, he said, I admired you because you cleaned that place out like a boss. You just started going around and
you
saying...
had the Angry Bill voice.
Yeah, and the voice of authority.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And he said, you just broke that party up, and Ben was so grateful that you got rid of everybody.
They were going to break my stuff.
And I do remember Ben saying, you going to tell my parents? And I said, no, and I never did tell them. But...
let's see, there was a party out of control and loud. Someone found the master electric power breaker and shut the power off and locked it. The party was over.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I left a note like this for my neighbors once. They called the cops before the party even started.
Oh, boo.
Keep an eye on this.
Before it even started.
Trying to do the right thing.
Well, I think it was nice this kid put his name on here, his first and last name, which I assume is true. You can tell from the tone of the note that this is an honest attempt to say we're doing this, and I hope it doesn't disturb you too much. But so there you go. Maybe I'll go over. It says, "Come on over."
You have to wear a costume, though.
Come on over. Costume required. Come on over.
I don't like wearing
Come on over.
Halloween costumes. Maybe I'll wear the suit that I bought for Katie's wedding.
There you go. I'm a legitimate businessman.
Yeah. Hello. I'm here to see if you would like to franchise this party.
I am sick of all the beer pong table. Wait, I hate it when people text and it pushes
There are
the
a lot
text
of
down.
beer pong tables up around the
beer pong tables on the lawns all around campus. Look
There's
trashy.
a lot of them.
Yeah, there are. And it is trashy.
You get the fold-up kind that you can put away when you're not using them. Don't just leave them outside.
We had a new neighbor behind us, a renter, 20-something, gave us a notice like that. Total S show. Dozens of people. Cops showed up. People jumping over our fence. They busted a few months later for selling drugs. He was renting from his uncle. Neighbors told the uncle what was going on, and he sold the place.
You know, it says here about 10 calls, myself and around 10. See, that was Ben all those years ago. Ben was having a party for just a few friends, but somehow the word gets out.
Yeah. Oh, there's no parents there? Okay.
And there's a big party going on. Let's go. And everybody shows up.
Well, there were a few times we left Festus home alone when he was in high school. And everybody said, "Are you worried he's going to have a party?" And I said, "Absolutely not." Because he would say, "I don't want, it's no fun to have a party at your house."
No.
Because you don't have a good time.
No.
You're right next now nodding. You're worried they're going to break stuff and spill stuff. And that's how you spend the entire time worried they're going to ruin your house.
Ben was scared to death at something. So, and his parents had art objects and all kinds of stuff all over the house, and he was just scared to death. And so what I'm thinking though is maybe I'm going to have to go over to this place and break stuff up. I won't call the cops.
You have to break stuff up, but you might have to. You take the voice of authority with you wherever you go, Bill.
I do.
Someone is suggesting that's your costume. It's the voice of authority.
Hi, I'm the voice of authority. I'm here to tell you to keep this down, or the cops will be coming.
A few years ago, my neighbors decided to have a full-on concert on Halloween night in their backyard on a weeknight when I had a 2-year-old baby. Yeah, I mean, a party's one thing. A concert, that's...
Yeah.
Earlier this summer, a house through the block from us had a party, and they had a band. There was a guy, and it wasn't so loud that it was, but it was amplified. And I went around to see what was going on, and
What's all this then?
I walked down and watched, and there were probably 30 people there in the backyard, and some band set up and a guy singing, and it was pretty good, and
if you do it,
I just hung around for a while, and it was all right.
And it's not going till 2 in the morning.
Here's a text. I called the cops because I wasn't invited to the party.
There you go.
Not inviting me. I'll
show you.
Come here. What's the number?
I just hope it doesn't get out of hand for this guy's sake, because I get the sense here
he's a nice guy.
He wants it to be 10 or 12 kids, and that's it. So.
Boy, that accident, let's see, crashed both directions, I-80 milepost 145. This is east of Kimball Junction. And like I said, both lanes, east and westbound traffic there affected. So that's pretty bad, but it's the only thing that we're having to deal with, at least as far as UDOT's concerned. And you haven't sent us anything via text, but you certainly can if you see something, 33986.
All right. Acoustic parties are the worst. Amplified. That's a nice note. I live in Ogden, and the neighbor was holding concerts every Friday and Saturday night. 100 people showed up.
Geez.
Police didn't do anything. We had to bring it to the attention of the mayor. Wow. All right. Let's see. Oh, time to call. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. Game, if you know your dead celebrities, if you know your living celebrities. If you're a specialist in one or the other, it will be an advantage in this game. If you can tell us which one of the 4 celebrities is no longer with us, you will win a prize. What is that prize, Gina?
Arctic Monkeys tickets. They're coming to Vivint Arena on September 20th next year, 2023.
All right. So Arctic Monkeys tickets, if you know our dead celebrity, coming up in Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Need to catch up on Miss...
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and
herbalist.
A study could be,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's.
It takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
What it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
Saw you tapping your bony foot along with the song.
Oh, it's just amusing to me, the idea of flies in the Vaseline.
Because it's not nice?
No. It's like that other sand in the Vaseline.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Also not nice.
Well, here he is.
I remember Skin.
The King of Terrors.
Well.
The Angel of Doom right here in our studio. The Celebrity Reaper, Frank Christ.
What was it that you said the other day? Death Stick Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, Death
That's a
Stick
good one.
Man.
I'd never heard that one.
I hadn't either. I just have a list of names that we could call you here. How about Death Incarnate?
Well, Celebrity Death Incarnate.
Yeah. The Night Angel. Oh, this one fits.
What?
You are the hooded one.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Except when I ride my scooter, then I'm the helmeted one.
Yes.
Got to protect the old noggin.
That's Frank Christ is our Celebrity Reaper. Well, not our Celebrity Reaper. He is the Celebrity Reaper. It is his job to go collect the souls of dead celebrities when they have been called to the great beyond. Frank is the one who escorts them to where they have to go.
Time to go.
And
you boop them on the nose and
Frank, you don't like doing this, do you?
No, I love our precious celebrities.
I know you do. But you do a good job, and for that we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, we're playing a game. Frank comes here to play a game that we call Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
I have a list of 4 celebrities or noted people, or sometimes noted animals. But
Celebrated,
yes. In this case, it's people. And of these 4 people, 3 of them...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, they are still with us. But one of them, not so fine. One of them has been taken by the Lord of Darkness, Frank Christ, and dragged off to Hades. And it is the contestant's job to figure out which one is no longer with us. And we have a prize, right, Gina?
We do. It's tickets to see Arctic Monkeys coming to Vivint Arena September 20th of next year, 2023. And if you want to learn more about that show, you can go to x96.com.
Who is our contestant?
Richard is on the phone.
Good morning, Richard. How are you?
I'm fine. Just fine.
There you
Excellent.
go.
Thank you, Richard.
Richard, I'm going to read you these names. You have to suss out the one who is no longer with us. These are, all 4 of these people are investigative journalists. And in this case, they are men investigative journalists. Here we go. Number 1, Jimmy Breslin, known for his column in the New York Daily News Sunday edition, for columns that are brash embodiment of the street-smart New Yorker. He chronicles wise guys and big city power brokers in his columns. He's won Pulitzer Prize for columns that champion the ordinary citizen. Number 1, Jimmy Breslin. Number 2, Michael Isikoff. Isikoff had been prepared to break the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal, as a matter of fact. Several hours before going to print, the article was killed by Newsweek, where he was working. And as a result, the story first broke on another platform the following morning. That's Michael Isikoff, number 2. Number 3, Seymour Hersh. Hersh gained recognition for exposing the My Lai massacre in Vietnam and its cover-up. He won a Pulitzer Prize for that reporting. Hersh covered the Watergate scandal for the New York Times. He also reported on the U.S. military mistreatment of detainees at the Abu Ghraib prison. Number 3, investigative journalist Seymour Hersh. And finally, number 4, Paul Morantz, an attorney and investigative journalist known for taking legal cases alleging brainwashing by cults and self-help groups and for sexual misconduct by psychotherapists. Number 4, Paul Morantz. Of those 4, which one do you think is no longer with us?
Seymour?
Seymour Hersh? No, I'm sorry. Terribly sorry. That's a good guess because Seymour has been through a lot. Vietnam, Watergate, and then Abu Ghraib. But no, I'm sorry. Listen, we'll give you another chance. All right, Richard? You want another chance?
I really appreciate it.
Okay. So of these 3, which one is no longer with us? Is it Jimmy Breslin? Is Seymour Hersh, Michael Isikoff, or Michael Morantz?
I think it's Jimmy.
Jimmy Breslin, you're absolutely right. Second chance is always a winner. There you go. Richard, you've won the Blue October tickets. Congratulations.
Death never gives you a second chance.
No, they didn't give Jimmy Breslin a second chance. He died in 2017, by the way, at the age of 88. Those other guys, Michael Isikoff is 70. Seymour Hersh, still alive, is still reporting at 85. And Paul Morantz is 77 years old. So there you go. They're all close. But Jimmy Breslin. Hang on the line, Richard, and a person will come on and tell you, here's how you get your Blue October tickets.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, Frank?
Well, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
What's up on your agenda today?
Has anyone seen Judge Judy?
But Judge Judy is going to live forever.
She's 80 today.
She's still working.
80 years old.
Has a new show.
Yeah, she's
highest paid woman in, I think, syndication anyway. I know.
Well, here's one that'll get you. Go-Go's guitarist Charlotte Caffey.
Oh, no.
69.
Is she really?
Nice.
69?
There you go.
Wow.
Everybody's, so many of us have one foot, as they say, in the grave.
1 foot?
1 foot in the grave.
Yep. Oh, well, I'm off to see Judge Judy.
All right.
I'm just going to check on her.
All right.
I can't do anything until I get the notice.
I know.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. And there he goes, the environmentally conscious Grim Reaper, the celebrity Reaper, because he has an electric scooter. He used to have one of those dirty gas-spewing Vespas.
Yes.
But now...
he cares.
Yes, he cares. Got an electric scooter. It was very nice of him, I thought.
Kim Kardashian is 42.
Oh, man. There's a story that I have here about her in the news here that I can't believe is true.
Is it about Kim or is it about the other Kardashians?
No, it's Kim.
A ton of them.
It's Kim Kardashian.
Well, you have another news report coming up. You could report them.
Or I could just tell you now if you want. Do we have time?
We got a minute, yeah.
So, Kris Jenner, that's her mother, she said that Kim asked me to do something, and it's pretty creepy. Kim asked the doctor to save my bones when I die so that she can make jewelry out of them.
Oh.
Now, Kylie and Chloe and Chris, who they were listening to that story on the phone, said, "What? That's weird." But Chloe said, you asked her mother, is it true? Did she really do that? And she said, yes.
Or did she want her ashes? Because you can have the ashes made into, like,
well, she said, remember when you wanted your ashes, you wanted to be cremated and made into a necklace for us?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. But so Kim was taking it a step further. She wants bones to be made
Yeah, I don't
into
think
jewelry.
they're going to give you those, Kim.
I don't think they can. I think there's probably some sort of help.
I can't keep my wisdom teeth. You can't keep your.
Why can't
mom's
you
stuff.
keep your wisdom teeth? I kept mine.
I don't think they let you keep them anymore.
They don't? I think they will. They're yours. They let me keep the titanium screws they took out of my back.
I don't think they let you keep organic material.
I had my wisdom teeth for a long time, and my ex-wife threw them away because she thought they were gross.
They didn't let me keep my left one.
No.
Did you
ask?
try?
I did.
I asked for my appendix, and they said,
I said, could you put it like in a mason jar of some kind of, like that
Yeah.
preservation
Yeah.
stuff? And
Yeah.
they said,
Formaldehyde,
no.
yeah.
I said, no, sir, no.
No, I didn't want to keep my appendix, but I honestly did say, could you please, I'm just curious, can you show it to me? I'd like to see it and the surgeon said, I will, and then he didn't.
He lied to you?
Yes, and I think he didn't forget, he lied.
Lied. All right. We have big boy news and opinioendo coming up after these. Boner of the Week is coming up as well. Stand by for all of that. SLFS.org, SaltLakeFilmSociety.org.
And it's the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
It's that time of year.
It's a tradition.
20 years, the Broadway and the Tower Theater. They used to do it at the Tower all the time, but the Tower is still undergoing renovations. Rocky Horror at the Broadway in 3 different show options, all Halloween weekend. So there's a full cast with the infamous MC Susan Steffi, who's emceed Rocky for 35 years. That show is wild and crazy, not for the weak of heart. Then there's the drag show version with MC Amanda Duso, and then both of the MC shows have the live audience shadow performances by the Out of the Shadows Theater Group. Tickets are $25, and then they've got a sing-along version. So if you want to just go and not have it be too crazy,
That's what I'd like
just
to do.
sing along with the songs.
Yeah.
You can do that. So go to slfs.org for tickets, and if you use the promo code RFH Horror, you'll get 2 for 1.
Okay, the shop sells. It's called celeb. How would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real.
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and
but
put
it's
numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
Well, it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovett's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts. That was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was.
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make
Honest.
it perfectly clear.
Honest.
$9.20. Big boy news and opinioendo now. Brought to you by
Big O Tires has scary good deals this October. Save up to $190 on select sets of tires now through October 30th. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Well, unfortunately, the Eagles have decided to extend their Hotel California tour with 5 more shows. I'm sorry. I hate to bring that news to you, but there you go. The only good part of the news is it doesn't look like Salt Lake is one of the...
We've been spared.
Looks like we've been spared the Eagles yet again.
They're taking it to the limit.
Yeah.
One more time.
One more time. Donald Trump is... he once predicted that a special prosecutor appointed during his administration would uncover, quote, the crime of the century.
Nope.
A conspiracy to sink his 2016 campaign.
Didn't happen.
Yet the results of the 3-year probe by prosecutor John Durham, 2 trial acquittals, the latest on Tuesday, and a former FBI attorney sentenced to probation. That has fallen far short of Donald Trump's supporters' expectations that Durham would reveal a deep state plot behind the U.S. government's investigation into ties between Russia and the Trump 2016 presidential campaign.
No, but that was 3 years of fundraising he could do.
The outcome has led to the scrutiny over the purpose of Durham's appointment by former Attorney General William Barr, who had tasked him with sussing out misconduct in the Trump-Russian probe. It also has raised questions about whether or not the current Attorney General Merrick Garland might move to rein in Durham's work, or at least say, wrap it up.
3 years of him saying, I need you to pay my legal bills.
Yep. Suckers!
Steve Bannon got sentenced for perjury. He perjured himself. No, he didn't.
No.
He denied the subpoena. His
He's
subpoena.
in contempt.
Contempt because he wouldn't honor the subpoena that was issued by the January 6th committee.
Right.
He was sentenced to 6 months in jail.
4 months.
And then a $6,000 fine.
Yeah.
That's where I got
And he's free pending appeal.
Yeah.
So he just walked out, and this is very unsatisfying.
Confronting a barrage of accusations about his personal life, including claims that he threatened women and paid for an abortion despite his public opposition to that procedure, Herschel Walker has repeatedly invoked his history of mental illness in his defense. As everyone knows, I had a real battle with mental health. Even wrote a book about it, Walker said. He's the Republican candidate for Senate in Georgia. He he made these comments in a television ad released at the height of the abortion controversy. He says in the ad, "By the grace of God, I have overcome my mental illness." In the ad and on the campaign trail, Walker does not elaborate, but in his memoir, Breaking Free, he revealed that he had been diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder. He described his 12 alters, distinct identities, that helped him cope with the trauma of being bullied as a child. He wrote of rage and an out-of-control behavior. He played Russian roulette with a loaded gun. Now, as he tries to steady his campaign, he says, all of that is behind me. I've been cured.
What?
It's really not that easy.
No.
So you want to send somebody to the Senate with multiple personality
experts say that, like other mental illnesses, dissociative identity disorder cannot be cured in the classic sense of a cure. Psychiatrists say that patients can learn to manage the disorder and even live symptom-free for extended periods, but symptoms can and often do recur, especially when it's stressful. So essentially they never go away. Let's see. Kelsey Grammer has addressed the new Frasier revival that would address how they would handle the loss of John Mahoney, who died in 2018, played his father, Martin Crane, in the series. Kelsey will reprise his role, of course, as radio psychiatrist Dr. Frasier Crane.
I'm listening.
Frasier ran for 11 seasons, wow, between 93 and 2004. Paramount Plus will not be a reboot of the series. Frasier, in his third or fourth act, is not a reboot, but it's a new show centered around the character in a new set of circumstances and a new city. It's not a reboot, he says.
Not in
he'd be
Seattle
lucky
anymore? Where's it going
I
to be?
don't know. Doesn't say. He'll be lucky to have it lightning strike. What is it? How do they put it? Lightning in a bottle twice, because that Frasier was hugely popular and justifiably. It was very funny.
Although I hear that the rest of the cast doesn't want to work with him.
I don't know. It doesn't say who's in it. We know John Mahoney won't be in it. So that's all. Jamie Lee Curtis. On Thursday, she reacted after NBA star LeBron James praised the new movie Halloween Ends and called her a legend on Twitter. Halloween Ends was so good, James tweeted. And Jamie Lee Curtis, you are such a legend and badass, wrote 37-year-old James, who dressed up as Michael Myers for Halloween back in 2013. Jamie Lee Curtis reposted the tweet on Instagram with the caption, "My king, King James, you flatter me,
That's nice.
but the queen likes it."
That's nice.
Yeah, it's fun. I like this story for only one reason. It's a squirrel is blamed for a power outage affecting nearly 2,000 people in Oregon. Okay, squirrel guy, power goes out, 2,000 people without power. The only thing about this story that is of any worth is that the squirrel was undoubtedly killed, electrocuted.
You hate squirrels.
I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. Filmed in his very own house, in his very own, his very own home base of American Fork, Curse of Crom, The Legend of Halloween, is Rob York's most recent creation. He's
This is
a
a
Utah
movie for Ed Brass.
He's a Utah filmmaker. The film, available on Prime Video, Peacock TV, and Vudu as of September 23rd, pays homage to the classic 80s monster movies writer-director duo York was raised on, while incorporating both modern-day traditions and the holiday's ancient origins. The movie is about a group of high schoolers that accidentally release an old Irish entity on their hometown. It's a pretty typical plot.
By Crom.
Yeah. And it says, I guess, so it's nice. Prime Video and Peacock picked it up. And
a local filmmaker.
yeah, filmed in Spanish Park.
Okay.
Or American fork, excuse me.
One of the Farks.
Yeah, and I don't know why anybody would want this, but TV themed pop up restaurants. I don't know why you'd want a TV themed pop up restaurant of any kind.
Depends on what it is.
I don't think any. I don't care what it would be. I don't want it. There's nothing. But Golden Girls.
I don't think of food right away.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a TV show that was based around food, but not Golden Girls.
No. They
What sort of food are they going to serve at the
applesauce?
Yeah, it'd have to be applesauce, and bananas.
Soft foods.
Very soft foods.
prune juice?
It is an immersive pop-up restaurant. Fans of all ages will love the Golden Girls Kitchen. Let's see I'm trying to see what they say. What they serve.
Now there is a TV themed restaurant that I like. That's in Disney World, but the theme is TVs.
Oh, yeah,
not about a show.
Yeah.
But it's about TVs.
Here's what they'll serve at the Golden Girls pop-up restaurant.
Okay.
Sophia's Lasagna al Forno.
Okay.
The Lanai, a Miami-style Cuban sandwich. Blanche's Georgia-style cookie. And the bacon lettuce potato sandwich. Say it fast. Bacon lettuce potato sandwich. I don't know. Cheesecake varieties, including
Swedish
chocolate.
meatballs for Rose.
It does not say.
Oh.
No.
All right. Weather?
So today is go get your stuff outside done today. And winterize things. Cover up your swamp cooler. Pick your tomatoes. Unhook your hoses. All that kind of stuff.
October sales event, guys.
It's true. 75 at least for a high today. Could even be warmer than that. And winds picking up, and those winds are bringing a change, which is tomorrow. Around noon is when you'll start seeing the rain, and that will switch over to snow up in the mountains. And by Sunday, could be snow down here mixed with rain in the valleys, and much, much colder. High of 43 on Sunday. Sunday night, 29 for an overnight low.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No thanks. Only a few more guitar licks left in Rocktober, guys. We're good. Shut up.
All right. We got Boner of the Week coming up. Stand by.
Listen to.
I was thinking today how much this moment of one of our interns, the organized intern, Sarah, and I was thinking, I wonder how much it would cost me to hire her
For what?
as my personal assistant.
Here we go.
What?
You need a personal assistant.
Sure, I'd love one. I would love one. I think a personal assistant would do a lot of good things for me.
Like what? Do you have dry cleaning that needs picking up?
Yes.
You have a hard time getting around to picking up your dry cleaning?
Sometimes, as a matter of fact, I do. I have any number of organizing things that need to be done all the time. I need. It would be very nice to have somebody to post a bunch of social media stuff for me. At my direction, but actually do the work of it. It would be very nice to have somebody I could call up and say, I don't have time to go to the grocery store. I'm forwarding you my list. Please send it. Please do it. See, she's not. You know what I mean. There's any number of things.
You want to go to the store for Bill?
And she would love to. She would love to do it. She's nodding right now. But A, I don't know as I could really afford her, and B, I like her, and so I'm not sure that I want her to be on the receiving end of me saying, "What do you mean you didn't?"
Yeah,
things like that.
You would end up yelling at her.
Well, just we have to break here, but speaking as someone who has an assistant,
What do you need an assistant for?
Here
we go.
I feel bad having her do things.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm not utilizing her enough.
You pay her?
I do.
Then don't feel bad. That unless she's the sort of person who goes, okay, I'll get right on that.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, if it's that sort of thing, then I need a different assistant. So see, Sarah would go, that's right.
See,
right, Chief? As a matter of fact, I would insist. I'm paying you. Say right, Chief, after everything I say.
What I need is a personal assistant that I don't like.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
How do you find
that's the problem I think I would run into. I like Sarah.
Because my assistant, Nicole, I like her.
Yeah.
I like Sarah. There's no way that I could put her to work as I need, It just... Anyway.
I could. I just wouldn't want to yell at her.
Yeah.
And you would. And
maybe.
Eventually.
Maybe.
All right, let's get
right,
this over
Chief.
with.
That's what Sarah, would you mind when you're here just saying right, Chief, when I ask you to do stuff? Just for fun?
Right now.
If you want some rock'em sock'em action, you can have it next Saturday night. Gina, be watching for Jammy Dodger to come to the door.
Okay.
Too, okay. But we have here in the studio one of the roller derby queens.
Yeah, sure. I can be a queen.
Kimikaze is her name. That's one of the most important things about roller derby, isn't it? Is finding a really cool name.
You got to have an alter ego.
Yeah.
It's all part of this. It's all part of it. It's the best part, actually.
I have a roller derby name, but I don't do roller derby.
What's your roller derby
It's
name?
G-balls.
Oh, G-balls, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, and my wife is Jammy Dodger. But let's talk about the event on next Saturday.
October 29th.
This is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a very big deal. Roller derby is kind of a sport that's brought to you by skaters.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are one of the few facilities in the nation that have a facility. So we like to raise funds for that. And this is the Beehive Brawl that brings in a lot of money for us.
To pay the rent.
To pay the rent, yeah. Very important. Very important. We'll be starting at noon on Saturday, and we'll be going till 6, so you can get to your Halloween parties and your trick-or-treating at the end of the night.
So it's an all-day kind of thing. You don't have to be there for the whole 6 hours.
Oh, no. Yeah, you can come, show up, play some carnival games, also just watch Derby at your leisure.
And now, are there going to be like several exhibition bouts or matches, I mean?
Yes, we have 4 bouts. One being co-ed, one being all-female. We have our juniors team, and then we have a very brutal co-ed game at the end, which is always
brutal.
the best.
Yeah,
the brutal ones are the best.
Men and
very
women
physical.
skating together, and it's pretty. It is. And these women are not afraid to mix it up with the men in the slightest.
You know, there's no more satisfying feeling than knocking over somebody 3 times your size.
And now I know for a fact, because I've helped a little tiny bit get some of this stuff together, there's a really cool, you call it an auction or a raffle or...
Yeah, we have some amazing raffle items, some Fear Factory tickets. We have an amazing spooky dollhouse that we'll be raffling off.
Look, it's Jammy Dodger right behind you.
Hi, Jammy.
Oh, hello.
That's Mrs. Bill or Jammy Dodger. And we're just talking about the event on next Saturday.
Yeah, and I was listening on the radio, and I hope it's been clarified. It is Saturday afternoon, not night.
Yeah, noon. Kim was just saying it's noon to 6.
Yes.
And you don't have to come for the whole thing. But a big auction going on as well. Food.
Yes, there'll be food. We'll be serving nachos and chili in time for cozy season. We also have an amazing hot chocolate vendor that will be there as well.
So it's roller derby action, and people really should see this because it's Many cities don't have it. Salt Lake is unique and lucky to have a very thriving roller derby community, and they're fun to watch. So how do people get tickets?
So the easiest way to do it is search Beehive Brawl on eventbrite.com, or you can go to saltlakerollerderby.org, and we'll have a link set up there.
Is it very expensive?
It is not, and kids under 12 get in free. This is a very family-friendly event.
So it's a lot of entertainment for a little money and chili. So
And it's Kevin's chili.
Oh, it is?
You know Kevin.
Yes, I do know Kevin. Kevin does chili.
Well, and he also announces. He's one of you people.
Yeah. He's a great guy. So it's the Beehive Brawl next Saturday, noon to 6. It's at the Derby Depot, which is just down here on the west side.
Right. It's 1415 South 7th West. So it's kind of like just over that 13th South Viaduct.
Yeah, and it's a great facility, and you need to raise money to keep it going. So buy tickets. Again, how?
Either on eventbrite.com or we'll put a link up on saltlakerollerderby.org.
Okay.
It's the 29th.
Yeah. 29th, yes. A week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back with Boner of the Week. Stand by.
Hi, I'm Todd.
All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but
I
haven't.
do, but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana sauce?
You put that on your banana.
But
he's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see, ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So,
but it's red. Let's keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and spicy kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
ice
it
cream.
On,
that's fine.
Noodles.
It's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and sounds good.
It's a product of the Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
Oh, it's Charlotte Caffey's birthday, which Chris told us. I had no idea. She's 69.
69.
And because we got the beat.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Charlotte from the Go-Go's.
Let's see, we got Boner of the Week coming up here in a second.
Yes.
And Dave is here, and he came in to first thing he says is somebody stole my bike this morning.
Well, I think that should be the Boner of the Week.
He
had
one of those three-wheelers, those really nice ones. They're expensive, too. And somebody cut the cable. It was locked up, right?
Yeah.
If you did that, you're scum.
What's wrong with people?
I don't know. Jeez.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Sorry. Yeah. Let's see. I did have a list here, if you would like. It's a Halloween-themed list.
Okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I guess this was a survey taken on Reddit. The 10 best zombie movies, according to Reddit users.
If it's on Reddit, then it must be accurate.
There's a really nice intro to this, though. It says, I didn't realize that this HBO thing that's, I don't know if is it on now or it's coming, The Last of Us.
It's coming.
I've just heard that name. I didn't realize it was about the undead.
It is an end times. It's based on a video game.
A game, yeah.
And it's about the end times and some zombie elements.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in lieu of that, here, what it says here is that the undead have been with us in zombie films forever, and for almost as long as there have been films, and sometimes even bad zombie films are great. And here are the top 10 according to them. Now, I haven't heard of this one from 2012, The Battery. Shot for a mere $6,000, this indie zombie feature didn't get much attention, but still managed to make an impact on fans of the genre. Skipping all the obvious classic wrecks over, I still like the micro-budget The Battery. It tells the story of Ben and Mickey, who deal with the terrifying reality of the world in the wake of a zombie outbreak. I'm going to have to look for that.
Yeah,
The
I heard of
Battery. World War Z.
Yeah, I love
on the list.
World War Z.
I did too, and it's interesting because it's two movies.
Yep.
Put together by two
It's
different
perfect.
directors.
It's perfect.
Which it wasn't supposed to be.
Nope.
But the first part of the movie, I forget who they were. The first part of the movie, apparently that director, things just kind of started getting out of hand. And Brad Pitt said, we've got to
They
fix
wanted
this.
it to be a different tone.
Yeah. World War Z, check that out. It's very good. Zombieland,
Yes.
next on the list.
Very good.
And there was a sequel to that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
It wasn't too good, apparently.
Apparently not.
Here's the one I really like from 1985, The Return of the Living Dead.
Which one is? I get all the Living Deads mixed up. Which one is
This is the story of a group of unlikely heroes facing off against vicious undead brought back to life by toxic gas. The Return of the Living Dead is a cult classic. It's unlike any other zombie movie made, if for no other reason than its sense of time and place. I think there's a lot in a mortuary, as I recall. Next one. This might be my son's favorite movie of all time. Brain Dead, 1992. Directed by Peter Jackson, before anybody knew who Peter Jackson was.
Yep.
And it is bonkers crazy and full of blood. I mean, just full of blood. Shaun of the Dead, next on the list.
That's a good one.
That's the first time I ever saw, and I can't think of his name now, who played the father-in-law, the British actor who I'm thinking of, who's always great in everything.
Can't think of his name.
Anyway, Shaun of the Dead. Then Dawn of the Dead, 2004, George Romero's Dawn of the Dead. Oh, no, they're saying Zack Snyder's remake.
Yeah, this is the one that was written by James Gunn.
With Utah's own beer bar guy. Modern Family, Ty Burrell. Ty Burrell is a really slimy, awful
he was
person.
a dirtbag.
Is Bill Nye the other guy?
Bill Nye. Thank
Bill
you,
Nye.
Gina. Bill Nye. That's the first time I had ever seen Bill Nye in Shaun of the Dead. Thought he was great. Train to Busan.
Great.
Yes, Korean zombie movie. And it is very scary and very creepy and weird.
And they made a sequel.
Yeah, very weird. Oh, my wife just texted Bill Nye. 28 Days Later.
Yay, love it.
Yeah. That was the
Fast
first time.
run zombies.
Yeah, that's the first time I'd ever seen fast zombies. Some people don't like it because of that, but
No, I
like
love
the
that
fast
movie.
zombies.
I'll take it.
Danny Boyle directed that. Then Night of the Living Dead from 1968, the one that,
started it all.
It's really, and I watched it within the last couple of years, black and white. Mm-hmm. It's really good.
It is.
It's just,
they're coming to get you, Barbara.
yeah, you got to beat them, burn them, or shoot them right in the head.
Yep.
That's what you got to do. So that's your list of zombie movies, the best zombie movies, according to people on Reddit, and I think they made some good choices there. So there you go, a list.
Trying to remember the name of the movie of the Peter Jackson movie.
The Frighteners?
Not the Frighteners.
Oh.
No, it's also kind of zombie adjacent, but it's the one where he uses the lawnmower as a
That's
shield.
Brain Dead.
That's Brain Dead.
That's
Okay,
Brain Dead.
that's the name of it.
Yeah, they at the end, he's got the lawnmower just mowing
Yeah.
people down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
before he was the Hobbit in the Lord of the Rings. This is the kind of stuff he did.
Yeah.
He was good at it. All right, well, thank you.
It's got that creepy uncle in it who's a pedophile.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, let's get to Boner of the Week.
Dave, the flower guy, is here.
People want a description of your bike so they can keep an eye out for it. Like, what color is it?
Red.
Red?
Trice.
It's one of those big trikes.
Red trike.
Got a basket
Red.
on it?
Yes. Two baskets. One in the front and one in the...
One in the back.
In the back, all right.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for it.
All right. And then, yeah.
I mean, I think that should be. I know you're going to read a bunch, but I vote that's the Boner of the Week.
Is your bike registered with,
Yes.
with the police?
Yes.
So it's got a number on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So yeah. Well, let's hope we can get it back. Here we go, Dave. It's Boner of the Week. Monday was the perfectly good. It was perfectly good ice, and we just had to throw it away. Oh, it's about the guy who stripped naked and jumped into an ice machine for whatever reason. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. It really isn't a lie. Tim Ryan calling out his opponent, Republican J.D. Vance, for saying that he thinks Alex Jones was a credible source of information. J.D. Vance says, that's a lie. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
And it's recorded.
We got you on tape.
Yeah. And then number 3 from Wednesday, I just thought, these people haven't suffered enough. Oh, that was dumping toxic waste into the already contaminated water system in... is it Jackson, Mississippi? I think so. And then number 4 from Thursday, it's I'm sorry, I'm really stressed. Oh, that's the guy who's running for office, and part of his campaign is that we got to protect our children
from groomers.
Yeah,
from the progressives.
The
That's
progressives and groomers.
Doing that.
And and then he was caught pleasuring himself in his car about 10 feet away from a nursery school.
Yeah.
And then boner candidate number 5 from yesterday. Every one of the monsters who did this, from today. Did I say yesterday? Yeah. Listen, it's 5 days and we're at the end. I'm tired.
All right.
Anyway, those really awful people putting on the scary Halloween mask and scaring just little tiny kids. So which one is the worst, Dave, besides the person who stole your bike?
Number 3.
Number 3, which is... I just thought, these people haven't suffered enough. Oh, dumping the untreated industrial waste into the Jackson water system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there you go. It's your boner of the week.
That's a surprising pick, I think.
All right.
Oh, there's a pic. Somebody just texted me a picture of you on your bike, Dave.
Oh, wow. Hey, why don't you tweet that out, Bill? Then people can know what the bike looks like.
I will.
There you go. All right.
Okay.
Well, I think that's good.
Thanks, Chelsea.
All right. I think we got all business taken care of.
Yeah.
Fine job as always.
Thank you, Nick.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Give Dave back his damn bike.
Yeah. Corey is sitting in for Marcy.
Kicking